Yes. And hello! Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and all everyone in between. How the heck are you? Yeah, this is the Open Chat. I am Diana Clarion, the Lavender Lady, and we are going to have a wonderful show today. Oh my, oh my! Not necessarily because Kate's going to be a little late today. Uh, she sent me a little note earlier today and said that she's got a online appointment, and she might be a half hour late, she might be an hour late, but she will be here. So all of you, do not be disappointed or anything. You know, you're just going to have to put up with me, and you're going to have to put up with our chief engineer, Mom Nato. Hello, dear. How are you?
I'm
And
doing good. How about you guys?
te Petros da Coscalocalabatianta, whatever that means.
Hmm.
And we have no plexiglass nose today because we are flying a fighter rather than a bomber. So
Mm.
where are we gonna put our bombardier? I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Just strap me to one of the wings, okay?
Strap him to the
There
wings.
you go. There you go. Oh my.
It's an
Yes,
A-10 Warthog, okay? It's an A-10 Warthog. I can drop bombs from there.
you're close actually. The what we are flying today is the progenitor of the A-10. We are flying the P-38 Lightning.
Cool.
Yeah. Well, I know that the Warthog is technically a Thunderbolt, but you know how it goes. I've got one of those laying
Yep.
around here too. But you know, Thunderbolt and Lightning, very very frightening.
Like, yes.
Oh my! Hey,
Ugh.
I like propeller
I
driven
get it.
planes. You know what can I tell you? Oh, but how is
I get the
everybody?
joke.
Oh, yeah, how is everybody? Seriously.
I'm good. I'm good.
Yay. I noticed.
My
I'm
jokes were
slow.
terrible. Funny.
Yeah, of course. You know, who the heck? All right, who's got a bad ground?
Not me.
Oh, my. I just want to check while we're at it. How's
Oh no.
I think that's Mom NATO.
audio?
Yeah, I'm hearing
And
buzzing sounds.
yeah, what I was hearing was clicking and stuff like that.
Same.
It's okay. Balacutista. We'll figure out what's going on. Oh my, oh my, oh my. But yeah, we were just discussing a little bit. I was rather surprised when Mom NATO mentioned the possibility of a fourth stimulus package. Um, okay, Mom NATO, I cannot hear you at all.
How about now?
Now I can. Now I can.
Okay. Is the buzzing still there?
We just heard a little
Uh,
clicking, yes.
a little clicking. It's not constant. There it goes. Yeah, there. It sounds like there's a loose connection somewhere.
It's probably my headset. Hold on a second.
Okay.
I'm gonna mute.
Oh,
Also, we
my.
lost visual on Mom NATO.
Yeah, we did actually. Hmm. She disappeared. You went bye bye.
Yeah, but we only see you sandwiching cheese between a cracker.
Why did you go bye bye? Don't mind me. I'm really weird.
I'm still here. My camera says
There
it's
we
still
go.
working.
Now you're back. Now you just came back.
Yeah, no, I muted myself to unplug my headset.
Okay then.
and replug it back in. Is it still clicking?
I do not
No.
hear clicking. And
Okay.
just to say to everybody, what would this be? Would this be a Lavender Lady show without technical difficulties? Really?
No.
Now.
No. There's always some form of technical difficulties. I think that's typical with all streams.
Oh, indeed he
In the
does.
meantime, the good news is that I got my second Mom and I got our second COVID shots 9 days ago.
Hmm.
I'm supposed to get mine on Friday. What I think I'm going to have to do is call and see if I can confirm the appointment is there, because I don't trust the social worker type person. I was
Oh,
talking.
boy.
I was talking to the social worker person, and I happened to mention something about the window opening on the 14th, and she said, "Well, do you want me to make you an appointment?" And I said, "Yeah,
Uh-huh.
sure." So she said she made me an appointment. I don't necessarily believe her.
Where are you supposed to be getting at?
My usual medical clinic,
Um,
the same place I went for the first one.
right, and that's the 14th of this month?
No, the appointment is for the 21st.
Okay. Um,
Yeah, as in
I
Friday.
would call and find out.
Yeah, I will. I was going to do it today, but unfortunately, I really didn't do too well getting out of bed. Um, yeah, well,
By the way, I like the Bohemian Rhapsody joke you threw in there.
there you go. As far as Mom Nato can
Yes.
tell you guys, yeah, my neck wasn't treating me too well.
No.
Fun, fun, fun. Oh my, oh my.
Mm-mm-mm. But it has been an absolutely gorgeous week here.
Yeah, it's been pretty nice here as well. And I'm kind of pissed at
I haven't
myself
been
that
on
I
in a
didn't.
while, but
Yeah,
I
we.
do have to update everyone on something I did experience recently,
Uh-oh.
about 12 days ago. I experienced a sun shower here in
Oh.
the Sunshine State.
Wait, a sun shower.
Okay.
Is this?
That's basically when you go outside and it's raining, but the sun is out.
Oh yeah, that's what I thought it was. Okay, I just wanted
Yeah.
to make sure.
They call them sun showers here.
Great weather for rainbows.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
really
this
nice.
was like This was like not during the morning. This was like during late morning, like late morning.
Okay.
So it doesn't matter when they happen; they're still sun showers.
Mm-hmm. Just
Yeah.
as long as let's see, the sun is behind you and the rain is ahead of you, right? Something like that?
Yeah, something like that. But no, we up until earlier this afternoon, we were able to have our doors and windows open all day long, and then tornadoes like, "Mom, it's 82 in the house. Can we turn on the AC? It's gonna get hotter
Alright.
tomorrow." Well, we're supposed to get up probably in the 90s tomorrow.
Oy vey.
So
Well,
yeah.
I'm looking at the weather now. It's like 86, 85, 85, 88.
It never stays that. That's an approximate. It's always a couple degrees higher than that.
Uh-huh. Oh my. The temperature in this apartment, the last I looked, was 76. I
Mhm.
haven't looked at what it is outside on the other side of the
Right.
window. Why don't I do that right now for the hell of it?
Okay. I'm gonna go FK real quick to let the beastie out.
Woof.
Well,
I don't know about some people's beasties. According to the National Weather Service, it's supposedly 80 degrees here. Outside. 80 degrees and sunny. I can confirm that it's sunny. It's really nice out there as far as the sun goes.
Cool.
Kind of pissed at myself that I didn't get up early enough to enjoy any of it. But I do best when it's nice and bright and nice and sunny, that sort of thing. My mood improves significantly. I'm just going to have a look here. Okay, Tuesday, Wednesday, at midnight it starts at 66. And okay, by 1300 hours, it's supposed to be up to 80. All right, all right. I just might get out and about tomorrow. We'll see what happens. And of course, call my doctor's office because I want this damn COVID shot. I want to get that over and have that done, and that would be kind of nice. And then I'll just wait for things to generally improve as far as restrictions getting lifted, with good reason. Yeah, I know that restrictions are getting lifted now, and I'm not so sure about it right now, but it'll be nice to know that it's okay to lift the restrictions and then get out and about and do this, that, and the other. Oh my.
Yeah, you don't exactly feel comfortable doing that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that I'm going to be going much of anywhere or doing much of anything this year, because I don't know that anybody else is going to be doing these things.
I
But-
just go out on walks.
Yeah, that's a good thing. I might consider
We got plenty of sidewalks over here.
you lucky. I forgot what a sidewalk looks like.
We're not that lucky. The sidewalks are just everywhere around here.
Well, I live on a U.S. highway, and sidewalks are hard to come by.
I live near a U.S. highway, U.S. Highway 19,
Okay.
and
okay.
sidewalks are nowhere near hard to come by here in Florida.
So maybe Florida's good for something. I got it. They poured the sidewalks before
Yay.
DeSantis showed up. Okay, I got you now. Oh my! But yeah, I live on US 30, the Lincoln Highway, and you have some sidewalks, but not very many, which is unfortunate.
Yikes.
And you don't have any bike paths at all, which is really unfortunate.
Yeah, but Florida has a lot of sidewalks.
Yay!
In the town that I live in, I can go basically anywhere from my house. I can go to the library on foot. I can visit most stores on foot. There's an entire trail. There's an entire trail that'll take me from one side of town all the way to the other, on foot, or I can
my.
bike through them.
Okay. Yeah, the other problem here is all the hills. And I'm old, so I can't do hills the way I used to when I was young.
Oh, you don't really have to worry about hills here where I live.
Well, this is Pennsylvania. I mean, you live in flatland.
I
Oh.
live on the Gulf Coast.
Mm-hmm. I mean, what is it over there? You're about 4.5 inches above sea level.
Very funny.
Well, I mean, it is rather low lying, really. You don't see the tail end of the Appalachians until you get to what, Georgia? It's been a while since I've been in that. I've never been to Florida, but I have been in and around Georgia, North Carolina, Tennessee, South Carolina. Hated every minute of it, but
What's wrong with Florida?
no, I've never been there.
Oh,
Yeah, no, it's
I mean, it's basically snowbird country.
yeah, mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of elderly New Yorkers. Oh my, I don't know. But the Appalachians are beautiful. I We'll say that for that neighborhood. I would consider driving the Appalachian Trail again, before I die. But as far as interacting with anybody from South Carolina or Tennessee, especially Tennessee now, no, you can write that off because I don't know if anybody else has seen this today, but I found via somebody's posting on the Twitters from LGBTQ Nation magazine, Dateline today. Businesses will now be forced to post signs announcing they serve transgender customers
What
in
is
Tennessee.
that? What's up?
Yeah, this is interesting. I saw posted via the Twitters today
Oh.
from LGBTQ Nation online magazine.
Uh-huh.
The headline reads, "Businesses will now be forced to post signs announcing they serve transgender customers in Tennessee." I guess their governor just signed this into law.
Well,
That's
to
gonna
not
piss a lot
serve
of people
them
off.
is discrimination.
Discrimination.
Yeah, well, hey, as far as things go anymore, they don't care, and nobody's doing anything about it.
Yeah.
Here we go. The new Tennessee law requires any, quote, building or facility open to the general public, end quote, that allows transgender people access to the bathroom to post a sign that reads, quote, "This facility has a policy of allowing the use of restrooms by either biological sex, regardless of the designation on the restroom," end quote.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're really targeting us.
Well, I know that some stores only have one bathroom in some rural communities. So it's
yeah.
a gender equal
Uh-huh.
or gender neutral, I guess should be the one I should say.
Okay.
So I can understand on a place that has one single bathroom with one single stall. It's just a door with a toilet
Yeah,
and a wash.
the way this article is written, it sounds like every crapper in Tennessee has to post this. I may be reading it
Well-
incorrectly, but so far to me it does sound that way.
Mhm.
Any Tennesseans out there? I know I have a few friends in Tennessee. Can you guys please correct me if I am wrong?
Okay. I gotta go grab something warm. I gotta put something on my arms.
Okay.
Tornado has
that
the
sounds
air condition-
really that sounds really bad there, Mamito.
Okay, I know. Well, the air conditioner vent for my dining room is right above my computer, and it's blowing right on me, so it's cold. I'll be right back.
Oh my. Okay then. All right. Yeah. So this is some interesting crap going on. Nerdy Rodent says this can't be real. My understanding is that the bill was just signed into law today. You have to remember that this is Tennessee, and you're talking deep south, which here in the U.S. is just a little off the deep end.
Hey,
My fuzzy robe.
Sorry, honey, but deep south in the U.S. has a lot of crazies.
They do. She's not talking about us.
Yeah, definitely not. No, you're a shining beacon at the end of the tunnel there.
You're a shining star.
Yeah, it's for the toilets, as far as I understand it.
I'm
Yeah.
a shining beacon of sanity in this state.
I know
Is that what you
how
just
it's.
said about
I
me,
know
Governor?
how it sounds, Tornado.
I don't know. He's as crazy as the next person.
Scheiße,
I just have different crazy
Quirks.
But that
Yes.
is what endears you to us, okay?
Yes, my I don't know if you can see just how fuzzy this robe is.
Oh my, that looks kind of nice, actually.
I
You
got
referred to
this.
me as the lamb in the den of lions.
I got this from Walmart for $10. It was on clearance, the only one they had left,
All right.
and it's nice and thick,
Uh huh.
nice and thick, and it's a winter weight robe that kept me warm in Missouri in the middle of the winter. So it's perfect for here all year long.
Thank you for reminding me, though. I have
Ugh.
one of a similar style and weight
Ugh.
that I do need to put through the washer. When I
Mhm.
was doing all the laundry, oh, it had been weeks since I had done
Mhm.
laundry. I had worn everything that I have,
Right.
um,
Mhm.
but during all of that, I hadn't put the robe through, and it really did need it.
Mhm.
So I have to do
Mhm.
that. Um,
Yeah,
get that out of
I've
the
got to
way.
wash this in the next couple of days. It starts smelling.
Yeah, huh?
Uh,
Hmm.
because I'll lay it over a chair and the cats will drag it partially onto the table and lay on it.
Yep, that's
Uh-huh.
the little one. Uh huh.
Hmm. Yep.
Oh
And now it
my.
smells like cat.
Yep.
Hmm.
Yeah, mine
Plus
definitely
it's
does. I
collecting
think
cat
she,
fur.
I think she took a piss on it. I'm not sure, but
Oh no.
yeah, one of those deals.
Um, hmm. Well, I don't know what to tell you about that one.
Well, usually it washes out pretty well, so let's see
Hmm.
how it goes. And what does Ox have to say here? Say what you will about the South. But all you damn Yankees keep coming down here when it gets too cold. Let my fucking ass off.
Hey, that's not
That's what Ox
fair.
said. Take a look in the side chat.
Hmm.
And I think Ox, where are you
Yeah.
from? Arkansas?
Oh, he's from
Oh,
Arkansas.
I'm trying to remember if he is or where the hell everybody's from. Oh, man.
Well, I always love that people. I've heard people come from Arkansas who live in Arkansas. They came up to visit, and they're like, "We don't live in no damn Arkansas. We live in Arkansas."
Well, my understanding is that the river that runs through that state,
Hmm.
whose name is spelled the same way the state's name is spelled,
Hmm.
is the
Yeah.
Arkansas River.
Hmm.
So I was surprised when I learned that. I think I was. Oh, you're in North Carolina. Oh, that's
Hmm.
even worse.
The only problem with this robe is it makes me look more pudgy than I am.
Oh,
But it's warm. Ugh.
you kind of look like what do they call those things? Snowballs? Those
Hmm.
those little treats that you get from Hostess, you know?
Oh yeah, the snowballs. Yeah. Hmm. But it's
Yeah, there you
warm.
go.
It's got the nice thick collar,
Uh huh. Okay.
so I can pull it up like this when I'm cold.
Oh yeah. First in flight, first in freedom. Well, yeah, first in
Yeah.
bathroom bills too, if I remember correctly.
Mm.
This was what right after marriage equality was a done deal. Then you
Mm.
started getting the yeah, you had the ruling from the Supreme Court on marriage equality, and
See, I missed
then
that one.
oh, that was what about 6 years ago.
Was this the one where they can't deny the right for a gay couple or lesbian couple to marry?
Right, right.
Mm. Okay.
Obergefell was one of the names, and I can't remember what the other name was.
Mm.
But yeah, they all started rushing to the floors of their legislatures with the
Hmm.
bathroom bills against
Hmm.
people like me, and
Right.
that really didn't start happening in earnest until the marriage equality thing was pretty much a
Hmm.
done deal. We knew it was going to happen.
Well, people choose the stupidest things.
I
I mean,
know.
okay.
Yeah.
Um, I'm not gay. I'm not lesbian. I'm
Well,
heterosexual. So
no,
why,
nobody's
why the,
perfect.
yeah, exactly. So why the fuck do I care if two lesbian women get married
I mean,
or two gay
yeah.
guys?
Really, what does it do
I'm
to
not
either one
in
of
their,
us?
I'm not in their bed. They ain't dipping their dicks or pussies in mine. So why the fuck does it matter?
There you go.
And also, I have two gay uncles, and I
Mhm.
couldn't care less.
Oh, okay,
Yep.
fine. Okay.
My mom's uh uh well, I guess technically son-in-law. Um he is gay
Okay.
and is married to another man, and you know, it what the fuck does it matter?
Really? Yeah.
I think they're cool.
Now
I
in
mean,
the
if they're happy and as long as they keep their relationship sexually in their own bedroom or in their own home where I don't have to be involved, you know, it shouldn't matter who they're fucking or who they're married to.
okay, and I guess that more or less applies to hetero couples as far as that goes too. Is
Yeah, exactly.
don't wave your private parts in my face, please.
Right, exactly. I mean, if you're a voyeur, okay, go look for some porn online. You'll find it.
I know some people who are into the voyeurism, and it's okay. I mean,
Or exhibitionist, whatever. If
yeah,
No.
that's
I don't
that's what
I don't get that. I don't. I don't
if that's
understand
what
where
trips your
the.
trigger,
I know, you
hey,
know.
fine for you.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, just people let people be. We don't have to make all these stupid laws.
Oh my, oh
Um
my.
just wow.
One of my doctors years
Anyway,
ago.
IE's heading off now. See ya.
Okay.
Well, take
Bye,
care,
sweetie.
honey. One of my
Will
doctors
do. Bye
years
bye.
ago, who is
Mhm.
from Romania, happened
Mhm.
to mention to me one day, you know, America is a lawless country. That is why you have so many laws. And he'd had a point.
Eh?
He had an absolute point.
Okay.
Where basically what he was saying was we don't know how to handle ourselves.
Mhm.
So there have to be other laws written. Yeah. And
Well, not all of us don't know how to handle ourselves. Some
oh,
of us
right, right,
actually
right.
realize,
Oh, yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
Um
No, I mean, as far
but
as
I just think that some of the laws they're coming up with are so damn stupid that it's like you have to make these rules because your fellow statesmen can't behave themselves. What
yeah,
does that fucking say about your state?
yeah. Oh my word. Um, but drives me nuts as far as that
I mean,
goes. Is where was that? Where was I headed? Oh,
I
yeah.
understand the sign to a point because there are people that are homophobic, there are people who are genderphobic, is the best way to put it. Because uh and so for them to walk into a bathroom and see someone transgender using the bathroom, if it's a transgender girl who is transitioning to a male, for example,
Okay.
to see her, them, I'll rephrase it since they're in between genders at that point, to see them using the men's bathroom tends to upset people. And I can understand that to a point, but I'm also of the firm opinion, what does it matter what
Move.
bathroom you're using?
Yeah, and well, there's the thing with Americans; they just can't keep
I,
their ideas to themselves enough to
right.
avoid
Well,
that there are assaults. Let's face it, and
mhm,
usually they are upon trans women.
right.
Um, and we are many times frightened to go into any
Public
facilities
restroom.
at all,
Right.
because I mean
Hmm.
somebody's going to call down their cousin Bubba on us, or
Right.
that sort of thing. And it's really strange. I know cis women who
Hmm.
look, for all intents and purposes, like a cis male truck driver,
Hmm.
but they are definitely cis women, and
Hmm.
those people are for the most part taken just at face value. Why
Right.
not take me that way?
Right.
But
Right.
somehow we're different. I don't know.
I I don't get it. I don't understand it.
Hi,
Um
Stephen.
I honestly, people who lack the ability to be compassionate and understand that uh some people just are born different,
Yeah.
that they're not happy with who they are, they're not who they're supposed to be for whatever reason. Some chromosomes screwed up and they're not the sex they should be.
Yeah, and there are lots of places to
um
screw up. Let me tell you.
oh yeah.
You get into the
So
genetics of it. It's nuts.
mm, well, and they're working more and more towards being able to um oh, what's the term I want to use? Gene engineer babies. Genetically
Mm.
engineer babies for people. And
That kind of scares me, really. But
it does, because I can understand, like, say if there was the ability to genetically have changed the fact that Tornado's autistic before he was born.
mm.
If there had been a way to tell, hey, your kid's gonna be this, but we can fix that.
Hmm.
Um, I don't know that I would have accepted.
Yeah, it's a very
Um, that
difficult
that that is
decision.
a slippery slope.
Yes.
I can understand uh the want to do it to eliminate things like cancer and leukemia and Hodgkin's and Parkinson's, those kind of things. But if we're getting rid of those, where do we draw the line?
Yeah, well, I remember years and years ago, I think it's what, maybe about 60 years ago by now,
Mm-hmm.
the first thing I remember seeing was the screening for Tay Sachs.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and many much people in the Middle East, especially Israel, where I guess Tay Sachs
Mm-hmm.
is very prominent, were very happy about all that.
I don't even know what Tay Sachs is.
Um, I'm going to look up the symptoms because even I forget.
I'm assuming it's some sort of genetic disease.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Okay. Tay Sachs symptoms. Okay. According to this thing from the NHS, symptoms: being overly startled by noises and movement, being very slow to reach milestones like learning to crawl, losing skills they have
Mhm.
already learned, floppiness and weakness, which keeps getting worse until they're unable to move at all, difficulty
Mm.
swallowing, loss of vision or
Okay.
hearing, muscle stiffness. The list goes on.
Yeah, it sounds horrific.
It's not fun, as far as I
Right.
understand. Um, yeah, it stops the nerves working properly and is usually fatal,
Right.
according
It's
to this
kind of
thing.
like it's going to be fatal eventually.
Uh huh.
It's a slow die. It's a slow death, basically.
Yeah. I don't
So,
remember what the expected lifespan is. I mean, it usually starts
yeah.
showing up at, say, 3 months or 6 months,
Okay.
but I don't know how
Right.
long the kid's got usually.
Right.
And my
And that's
understanding is
like
it's not fun at all.
right. That's like screening for other genetic illnesses that we're doing now. Um, I know there are screenings for Down syndrome.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Um, and they offer you uh the ability to abort the fetus if the child registers as having Down syndrome. I couldn't do it. I just
Mm.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't see getting rid of my kid.
Okay,
Um
okay. And I'm not going
but but
to speak
but
against your feeling on that.
some people just don't think they'd be able to handle it. Okay, if that's the way you feel, then go through with the pregnancy and then put the baby up for adoption.
Well, another rationale I hear, and I kind of agree with, is why put the kid through that?
I understand that feeling too, and that's
Yeah, I
it's
know.
one of those.
It's not an
You know, I'm
easy thing.
already no, it's not. I'm already raising a special needs child, so
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, you have an
mhm,
insight that a lot of people don't.
right.
Yeah.
And you know, having a special needs child is difficult. It's very tiring, very stressful. But there are rewards that, you know, they're precious. You know, I don't know too many people who can say that every night before their kid goes to bed, they get an "I love you, mom,"
Mm,
regardless of how bad his day has been, regardless of how grumpy he is, or if he's uh, busy doing something. If I go in and say, "Hey, I'm going to bed," he's like, "Good night, mom. I love you. Have a good night. Sleep well."
okay then.
But you know, most people at the age of 25 don't say that to their parents,
Yeah, it's
even
pretty
if they live
much
with them.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's pretty much out of their system by that time,
Hmm.
and
Yep.
in its own way, that's a bad thing. But
I mean,
you get to
ever.
hear that, and he actually means
Mhm.
it, which
Yeah.
is special. Yeah.
Mhm. Right. And, you know, if I'm leaving to go somewhere, before I go out the door, I have to get a hug. He won't let me go out the door without a hug. He'll follow me outside to give me a hug if I'm going somewhere. And to say,
Yeah.
"I love you, mom. Be safe."
And then 35 minutes later, if you're not home yet, it's gonna, Mom, I miss you.
But there's also the you've got your mask, you've got your hand sanitizer. Remember social distancing.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Oh my. Okay.
And
Ox says the great mother's will is what it is. We should accept her will and do our best to handle it, and not play God and change it. Okay.
mm, well, I do understand people having a hard time raising a special needs kid. It is one of the most difficult things to do.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Um,
Um.
I can't tell you the number of times when he was younger and his days were more bad than they were good, where I did not go to bed crying.
Oh.
I
Okay.
I spent more nights crying myself to sleep because I was just so tired, so stressed out, so worn down by the stress
Mm.
of doing everything that I was having to do as a single parent on top of it.
Uh huh. Wait a
Um,
minute. She sent me a note. What is it? You
hmm.
need to check. You need to check your email more frequently. Yes, I do, but that's beside the point.
But yeah, it was already difficult being a single parent. Then you add special needs on top of that. Oh gosh. I earned every single one of these gray hairs up here that are showing. Yes, that is not a bald spot. That is gray hairs.
Oh my, yeah, I tell you, be ready for a whole shitload.
Mm-hmm.
I started
And
I started going gray at what, about 30.
My sister had gray hairs at 15,
Okay, okay.
whereas mine was nice and dark. Never didn't have a gray hair until years later, but you could see as I tilt my head down just how far it has spread.
And one of my aunts was totally white by the age of 18.
Oh wow.
And I tell you, it was beautiful on her. It really was. Just the way she kept the hair, and it was absolutely white.
Yep.
And yeah, very, very, very pretty.
I'm starting to get a white patch in my eyebrow hairs right here.
Okay, then.
Half my hairs on this eyebrow are just white.
Mm.
If I let them finish growing back in, I'd have this white patch right there. It just sits there.
What happened to me was back in my boy days, before I had begun my transition, my facial hair started going white first.
Mm. Yeah.
There was a point at which I had, I think, 5 different colors of facial hair.
Oh my goodness.
There was, let's see, white, blonde, brown.
Probably ginger.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The red, and then
Mm-hmm.
there was black.
Mm-hmm.
And it, coming out of me, a blondie. It's
Mm-hmm.
like, where are all these colors coming from?
Right. Well, Tornado's his little scragglies. He gets a little bit of a hair lip, not enough to really go anywhere. It's just this little dark shadow across his upper lip, and then he has goatee started right here, and it's curly. Holy crap! Does that kid have curly chin hairs?
Oh my word! Okay.
But the other day he's like looking in the mirror and he's getting ready to shave, and he comes over, Mom, give me your tweezers. So I gave him a pair of tweezers, and he goes back into the bathroom. He comes out. He's got this red hair. Holy shit! Where did the red hair come from?
Who the
And I'm
heck
like,
is this Kate Farr person? I don't know.
I don't know. Never heard of the crazy bitch. What are you up to?
Oh, about 5'9". Yeah,
5'3".
Wow, 590 pounds, really?
Yeah, pretty much. I had seen your note right after I had sent the link, so I sent another note afterward. I hope everything went well with the appointment and everything.
Yeah, well enough, I suppose.
Okay, yay!
So, what's new? What have I missed?
Not much.
Not all that much. We were starting to talk about the legislation in Tennessee that was just signed today. I don't know if you saw that.
Now, I saw that on Twitter, and I have to admit to being kind of confused, actually.
Okay.
Because if I had a business and I put up a sign that said something like, I don't give a damn who or what you are, as long as you don't rob the place or cause a scene, you can use our bathrooms and you can buy from us, I would cheerfully fly that flag. You know what I mean? But I saw a whole bunch of comments from people saying like how terrible the legislation is. Now, I mean, if the sign has to say, oh, by the way, we serve the hated other, okay, I could see why it's bad. But if you put up a sign saying we'll serve anyone, we don't give a damn, how is that so terrible?
Well, the feeling I get when I look at this is that whoever chose that picture did it badly. Because I have over here
I haven't seen the picture of it.
from a online magazine called LGBTQ Nation, Dateline Today. The new Tennessee law requires any, quote, building or facility open to the general public, end quote, that allows transgender people to access the bathroom to post a sign that reads, quote, this facility has a policy of allowing the use of restrooms by either biological sex, regardless of the designation on the restroom, end quote. So it looks to me like they are saying the hated other is going to be in there when you walk in, so be prepared for it.
Well, I mean, that sounds like the purpose of the legislation.
Yeah.
But but I see all these people losing their crap. Where like people on our side losing their crap. I'm like, okay, I'm supposed to be on the same team with you people. I'm all for trans rights and everything. But
Thank you.
you're saying that posting a sign that says I'm an egalitarian business is a bad thing. I'm still boggled by that.
Well, what I'm getting is that I don't think that they think they're saying something egalitarian when they say this.
Well, wait.
Well,
Too many
but they are.
undefined theys in your last sentence.
Okay, personally, I believe that the legislature thinks that they are not being egalitarian when they say this. I think they think that they are putting out the warning, monster
No,
ahead.
that's not the source of my objection.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that regardless of what the legislation thinks, I see LGBT people or pro-LGBT people saying this is a bad thing to post a sign. Now, if I posted a sign saying this is an egalitarian business and will serve anybody regardless, I would see that as a good thing.
Mhm.
But here's all these LGBT people saying it's bad. Now, if the Tennessee law says it has to specifically reference trans people and it has to paint them in a bad light, okay. But if on the other, like if it had to have big red letters that said warning or something, okay, fine. But if it doesn't come with a judgment call, where's the problem? Like if the sign doesn't come with a judgment call, where's the
Right.
problem?
Yeah, I think what's happening here, there are a lot of assumptions going on, and I think some of them are intentional, where they do not yet want to post the warning letters there. They just want to imply the warning, and
Well-
it's coded language, if you will.
Yeah,
Which, What?
what I see with this sign is they're just basically trying to tell people, hey, look, you could walk into a bathroom that says it's for men and have a transitioning woman who is transitioning to a man using the men's bathroom. So just be aware.
Okay.
Well,
Or vice
yeah,
versa.
but the problem is, like, number one, it's a requirement. Like,
Mm.
if the law went through, you have to post that sign.
Right.
But what I didn't see in the article was like, well, then can businesses say we won't be allowing transgender people in our bathrooms? Is that something they're allowed to do? Is to say we won't allow transgender people in our bathrooms? Because if the sign is there to distinguish not between like places that will or won't because it's good, but rather places that won't because like people who are cis, het, and bigoted need a place to drop a deuce where they won't accidentally encounter someone that gives them a Wiggins.
There you go.
You know, I mean, like if I guess that's the question: is who is being told they have a safe space, and is that inclusive or exclusive?
Yeah, as far as
And are you required to put one up if you are being exclusive?
As far as I understand, they might not yet be allowed to exclude, but I have a feeling that's coming.
Well, yeah, I guess that's just the whole thing is putting up a sign is in and of itself not a
Granting
necessarily
permission.
bigoted act. It's
Right.
not necessarily saying, look, here you have now been warned whether or not there will be those people you don't like here. You know, I mean, it's a sign without a judgment call is merely a matter of telling people what's up. The part I'm having trouble getting is who is right to be afraid right now and why.
That's not an easy call. I mean, personally, I'm afraid because I don't think that it's going to stop here. But that's something else that goes beyond the current legislation. So it may or may not be a topic for discussion right now. I
Does
get-
the does the legislation say anything at all about the language of the sign, what it must say and what it must not say?
Yes, the language. I quoted the specific language. The specific language is this facility has a policy of allowing the use of restrooms by either biological sex, regardless of the designation on the restroom. That is the language that is written into law.
Well, wait. That's not what I said.
Oh,
Does the
okay.
sign have to have certain language? The sign does it have, number one, do they have specific words that you literally have to quote? Does it have certain bullet points that you have to hit, but your wording is up to you? That kind of thing. I'm asking very technical details right now about what that sign has to say
Yeah.
and what it must have and what it must or must not leave out, et cetera, et cetera.
I don't know that that's been.
I
dealt
don't
with yet.
know if I'm being clear or whatever. What I am reading is that what I quoted to you is what must be painted on that sign.
Is it in literal quotes, those
Yes.
words that you read?
Yes.
Okay.
They are.
Okay. Because, I mean, if you can word the sign however the hell you like, this becomes a lot less of a problem. Yes, we are an egalitarian business. Yes, you can use the bathroom based on your mental gender, your emotional gender, and not necessarily your phenotypic sex. You know, if you write whatever the hell you like, this is a blessing in disguise. If, on the other hand, you have to dance specifically to their tune and they can put a spin on whether or not transgender folks are good or bad, that's where I start to take issue with it.
Yes, and that latter point that you made is the point that I'm getting out of this article. Now, I admit this is one magazine. This is one article in one magazine, and admittedly, it's biased. I mean, it's called it's not called LGBTQ Nation for nothing.
Well, if it's the one I saw on Twitter, it's the one that I felt was completely ambiguous.
Is it the one that had the picture of the crapper with the sign "We don't care"?
Yeah.
That's the one I'm.
I
Reading.
don't-
That's the one I'm reading from.
I read that article and I feel that it did not make it explicit, that it left enough ambiguity that I don't know what the objection is.
Okay. Okay.
You know, it seems like they the people who wrote that article either didn't know what the problem was or didn't know what the objection was, or they assumed everyone already agreed with them and so they didn't have to explain it, is what it felt like.
Well, it's entirely possible that they thought that at the very least their readership agrees with them, and they don't
They
have to
shouldn't,
explain it to them.
frankly.
I know.
They
I
shouldn't,
know.
frankly.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's a good thing if those who are not LGBTQ plus are reading this as well as those of us who are here, and they might not get it, they might not understand. So make it explicit for these people at any rate. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
regardless, it's one of those things where I'm like, I need more info and can't get it.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I don't know. I am very likely jumping the gun or whatever. I am frightened. Frightened for my fellow queers. And I'm actually frightened for myself. Should this attitude spread north?
Well, here's the thing. If you live in the right part of the country, you're pretty safe.
Yeah, I just don't know whether Pennsylvania is the right part of the country when you're talking about.
Well, neither do I. That's the thing, is like I think of that entire state as the East Coast, but the entire state doesn't act like they're on the East Coast.
That is true. Yeah, they are. It's quite red in most places here.
Yeah.
You've got Pittsburgh, you've got Philadelphia, you've got Harrisburg, which are repositories of blue, and then, as I've said before, the rest of the state is about as red as a used tampon on a heavy flow day, and that's not fun. especially southern Pennsylvania through the Amish belt.
Um. Oh, it does have a full-on quote. Sorry, I was looking at the article. It does have a full-on quote there. Okay.
Yeah,
Still rereading it here.
Okay.
Now, okay, here's a pretty decent solution as far as I'm concerned.
Let's hear it.
Just set up like one bathroom and say use it. You know, like say our bathrooms are 100% co-ed. Shop here or don't. Fuck off. You know.
Yep.
I do like that. I mean, here in Pennsylvania, I've noticed a few places have actually done that. For example, I can name the Phipps Conservatory and Botanical Garden. They went to single use crappers where they are not sexed. You know, anybody
Right.
goes in,
Gender
but there's
neutral.
only one person. Yeah, that's the word. Thank
Yeah.
you. One person goes in, uses it, comes out, and then the next person could be of the same gender or an opposite gender or whatever. But yeah,
Right.
it's
Well, I mean, it depends on the size of the business. There are plenty of coffee shops that can get away with that, you know, with one bathroom. That's certainly what the Orifice did back in Seattle. But if you have like, a Mickey D's or a Target or a whole mall or something,
that's
yeah,
more difficult.
are malls even a thing anymore? I don't know. But
Yeah.
regardless, they would have a harder time because you can't have just one toilet in the bathroom. You got to have stalls,
Yeah,
you know, or in guys' cases, the urinals and stalls, I guess. I don't know.
I guess so. Yes, and
Yeah.
I mean, you could, if you're building new, put a row of these single-use bathrooms down a hall,
Oh.
but just try to convert from the way things have been for the last century or whatever it is to that sort of thing. No, you really can't do it. Yeah.
Well, the part that knocks me out are these people who think they're going to be attacked in the bathroom by all these trans women. And you know, they never mention trans dudes. Trans dudes
Right.
never come up. They're not going to go out raping anybody. But apparently, every like trans woman is like the main character from Psycho.
Yes.
All of
Yeah.
Every last one of is why can I not remember his name? You know, from Psycho is you're gonna show up
Norman
in
Bates.
the yeah, that's it, with the dress and the knife and everything, and that'll be that. You know, it's like really, because I have never been in a public restroom where I was worried about being attacked by a trans woman.
Uh-huh.
No.
And
Never.
it just doesn't happen, by the way. In case anybody was curious, I believe it may have happened once or twice in the last, 20
30
more
years?
years? Yeah. And I'm opening my mouth, and a lot of people are going to jump on me for this. The people who may or may not be involved in this sort of thing may or may not legitimately be trans. Okay, I've said it. You know, jump on me if you will.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, don't trans folks, when they start their training, don't they have to go through all this like these
Therapy.
psychologist hoops and everything to jump through?
Oh, I can describe them to you. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like, you know, if someone goes into a bathroom, like, dude, some frat dude says, "Hey, I'm gonna dress up as a trans woman and go into the bathroom and, you know, see what happens," and all of that stuff, you know, and then they get arrested and it goes to court, and someone's gonna look up their records and go, even if you're trans, you never did the therapy thing, you never got an official diagnosis of any sort, so you can't claim to have been in there
Mhm.
for trans reasons, and therefore
Mhm.
you were a guy in the wrong bathroom. Even if you are literally trans, you haven't jumped through the hoops, so legally speaking, you're not, kind of thing.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so it's like the system is self-correcting. If you are trans and you're in a bathroom that's appropriate for your gender, if not your sex, then that'll be found out. If you're not trans, but you're just like you cross-dressed or whatever for a prank and got in trouble for it, that'll be found out. You're not going to be attacked by trans women in a bathroom. Or rather, you're not going to be attacked by people pretending to be trans people in a bathroom, and you're very unlikely to be attacked by actual trans people in a bathroom too.
Right. And
Right.
one of the things that has been said about this sort of thing is that we, the trans women, are probably the least likely people to consider
Attack
causing
anyone.
a problem of assaulting
Right.
or anything, because we are under such scrutiny anyway,
Right.
and the assumptions are always against us. Is just stay out of sight as much as possible.
Yeah.
And,
Well,
and
that
attacking
would seem to
somebody
be-
in a crapper is not a good way to stay out of sight.
Well, if nothing else, bathrooms are a cul-de-sac. There's nowhere to get away if someone decides to block the entry.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know why. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I've watched too many movies or played too many video games, but I've spent way too much time figuring out what is and is not a good defense for being accused falsely of a crime.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like there have been times I've walked through the supermarket and I've been like, okay, if someone accused me of shoplifting, which I don't fucking do, how would I explain to them why that's dumb? And I'm like, okay, this is where my pharmacy is. Do you really think I'm going to steal from the place where my pharmacy is? Look at me. I'm not unremarkable. Do you really think I'd be walking around in this t-shirt with those earbuds if I didn't want to be noticed? It's like if I was
Yeah.
gonna steal, I'd be so much smarter than this, And if I was gonna try to rape someone if I was gonna try to rape someone, it sure as hell wouldn't be in a bathroom. Not gonna try to rape someone at all,
Mhm.
But I'm always sure of my escape routes. You
Right.
know?
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
kind of, it's kind of like those Second Amendment fuckers who are always ready with their guns. I'm always ready to run the fuck away.
Yeah, you absolutely have to be. Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
unfortunate that that is the case, but unfortunately it is.
Mm-hmm.
What, we're putting Mom Nato to sleep here? What?
Yeah, I've been up since about 3 o'clock this morning, so I am
Holy
actually
fucking
yeah,
shit!
yeah. I'm gonna head off. I
How
think,
much
and get some
coffee did
sleep.
you have before you went to bed? Okay, I want to know.
None. I just couldn't sleep, and I went to sleep, and then I woke up about 4 hours after I went to sleep. So I'm tired. So I will see you all later. Hugs to you,
Alrighty,
ladies.
sweetie.
Good night.
You be good.
Have fun.
I will. You too. Tornado says bye.
Bye bye,
Bye-bye.
tornado. Yay. I have no idea what I'm talking about.
See,
So
the
it's
thing
just
is
you and
that,
me, dear.
Yeah, I'm trying to make my hair vaguely presentable enough to be on camera. It's not
Oh,
cooperating
my, oh,
with
my.
me.
I don't
It
know.
really doesn't want to. Well, I mean, okay. You remember Sunday before the show, I
Mhm.
turned on my camera briefly to show you my bad hair day issues.
Oh, yeah.
Sure. So, needless to say, there's a reason I don't always appear on camera, and it's 100% down to head fur.
There you go.
Well, okay, sometimes it's because I'm completely naked, but that's another issue entirely. I'm kidding. That's not true at all. I just wanted to mess with you.
Well, hey,
No,
I've
no,
seen you
I mean,
naked, so
like-
what the hell?
I don't know.
Hey, look at
Is the hair good enough to be on cam, do you think?
personally, I do think so, and it's not biased.
Yeah, you're not a good barometer for whether or not I look good, and you know it. So,
Well, it's not a Brillo pad, okay? Yeah,
Well,
definitely
I-
not an Ashkenazi Brillo pad.
well, that's only because I've taken a lot of chemicals and a flat iron to it.
Oh my! I have to.
Okay.
I have to
Like,
look
did you
up.
ever see? I think it was So I Married an Axe Murderer. I'm not sure. It was a brain cramp, not work now. Wayne's World guy, Mike Myers. It was a Mike Myers movie. So I Married an Axe Murderer. If I remember right, he played his own like grandfather or father or something. And there was this little brother who was a redhead who had like the biggest Jufro looking like head fur you ever saw. And the whole movie was just jokes about this kid having a big head, right? And so, like the dad character that Mike Myers was playing, he was always like, "He move, no, you're blocking the TV," like that, you know. And so I if I let my hair do what it wants to, it would be like that, just not red.
Okay, then. I
You
actually
know.
went ahead and looked up because I'd always wondered what the flat iron was. And okay, it's the hair tongs. I've tried to use those and I've got absolutely nowhere with them. I'm when you would say flat iron, what I'm thinking of is a sunbeam, and I've got a blouse on an ironing board. You know, one of those. No, it's not like that. It's like something else. Okay.
A sunbeam?
Yeah. Okay. Let me.
You've
Let's.
managed to confuse me over here. I don't know what you
Yeah.
mean by sunbeam. I don't know. I wish I had a cool accent like that. I don't.
There we go. Let's see what we've got. I'll pull this. Yeah, I'll pull that up, and then I will go over here. Where the hell is my cursor? There it is.
I'm right the fuck over here where you left me. I'm your cursor. Huh? I curse all the fucking time. No. Anyway.
Yeah, when you would talk about flat iron, this is what would come to mind.
Oh, by sunbeam, you didn't mean literally.
Yeah, I mean the Sunbeam Company. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't remember there was a company called Sunbeam. This is why I asked.
Okay, but no, it's yeah, it's that other thing
Well,
with
but that's
the
a
round
clothes
thing with
brand.
the. Mm-hmm.
I was very specific when I said flat iron.
Yeah, it's. I'd never heard it called a flat iron before. I'd heard it called
Oh,
like.
you type.
Let me get this out of the way here so I can allow you to show. There you go.
Well, I mean, you
Yeah,
type the
this
words,
is what you're
you type
talking
the
about.
words flat iron up here, and all you get is the hair stuff. That's all you get.
Because I'd always heard those called hair tongs. So it must be the neighborhood I'm in.
I've never heard them
Or
called.
curling
Oh.
tongs. That's what I remember. Curling.
Oh, but these aren't for curling.
Okay.
It's called a flat iron for a reason.
Alrighty then. Yeah, I see that. I see the pictures
Yeah.
I'm looking at. They are flat. So I had the
Well,
wrong
no,
thing in
no.
mind.
It's for making the hair flat. You're thinking of something else entirely. A curling iron is round.
Yes. Uh-huh.
This is a curling iron. That's not a flat iron.
Okay then. Dayu korostu.
You see, like if you look, oops, that's not working. If you look at what this girl's doing right here, she's got it wrapped around to make it curly. But if you look at the flat irons, these are not round. These are flat. These are for making your hair straight, not curly. So curling iron versus flat iron, you see.
Yeah, I've never had the occasion to use one of those flat irons.
Well, you don't have the ugly mop that I do.
Oh man, I am going to go looking through the very few pictures I have from my extreme youth. Not today, but another day. You should have
All right.
seen my hair when I was 3 years old.
Well, I mean, I've shared those pictures of me as a toddler. You've seen what those look like.
Hmm. I mean, I looked a hell of a lot like Shirley Temple. You know, curly hair like that.
I would not. My hair couldn't get that kind of curly simply because it grows out and not down.
Uh-huh. That's what actually happened to me when I would go for most of a year without getting my hair cut when I was at school the first time. I would end up looking like a white Jesse Jackson. I think I've got one or two pictures of me like that as well. I mean, it was Oscar Gamble is another name for those of you who remember some of the baseball players of the 70s.
I know Procter and Gamble.
Okay then. Slightly
Kinda
different.
huh?
Yeah, slightly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, okay, because you guys have seen this picture before, but I'll show it one more if I can bloody find the. Oh, of course it is. I'm trying to share a tab. Duh. It's supposed to be a window, not a tab. There, you can kind of see what my hair will do if I let it. You know, but it doesn't like it almost looks like I could grow a mullet if I wanted to. But no, even in the back, it would just start puffing outward and outward and outward and outward. It would never succumb to gravity.
Now make
So-
that hair 55 shades lighter, and you're approaching what I looked like at the age of 3. I was a towhead.
If I hadn't like taken a flat iron to this for many years now, and like if I shaved my head and let it grow back naturally, it would look like bad 70s disco.
I could just see a white Angela Davis. Yes, I just could.
Nah, not even though, because the curls are much too loose for that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find. Well, okay, that's not quite it. I found a picture of that kid from So I Married an Axe Murderer, but I can't find a good picture. Oh well. In fact, I'm finding lots and lots of copies of the same picture, but not any other.
Maybe that's the only one out there. I don't know, man.
From a whole movie? I don't think so.
I don't know. Was the movie that bad?
I remember people liking it more than I did, but
okay.
I don't know. Well, Mike Myers is awfully hit or miss.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
So, okay, weird question.
Yes, dear.
Hit or miss, or hit and miss?
Depends on how many shots you take.
See, that's what I would say, but in general, if you had to pick one to use universally, one of those two is going away forever. Which one you picking?
Okay, the one I'm going to use universally is 98% likely going to be hit or miss. You take one shot, you get one outcome, so it's going to be one or the other.
Yeah, see, the problem I have with that is it doesn't really convey the point, though, because, you know, hit or miss is literally true of everything, while hit or miss is meant to describe probabilities, like, you know, 6 of 1 kind of thing, although it does seem to imply a certain amount of pessimism. So, I don't know. Like, it's a weird expression. There are a lot of expressions like that where they don't seem to really say what they mean.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you that one.
Like take, for example, beg the question. Nobody uses that one properly.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but it is true. And it's
but I can't think of another way to say what people mean when they say it.
How about force the question?
No, because forcing the question is basically saying, okay, you will answer. I'm holding your feet to the fire. I'm fucking forcing this question. Okay. And that's not really what they mean either. You know, it suggests the question, perhaps. Brings up the question, maybe. You know? Well, here's these facts, which brings up the question, or which suggests the question, as opposed to, you know, begs the question.
And it's unfortunate that the phrase is misused so often that the misuse has found its way into the dictionary definition, just like literally.
Well, actually, literally, that one's weird because that one's flip-flopped a couple of times is the thing.
My understanding, yeah.
I mean, when you think about it, literally doesn't mean anything. Well, I mean, the word itself implies from a book. Mm-hmm. You know, it's literally, which means that it's actually probably more figurative than literal. You know, it's like if you want to say it's, you know, objectively, okay, sure, but literally, I don't know. But I can also see the argument, well, it means exactly what the word says. There are no connotations, and therefore it's literally what the word says. I can see the argument going any different way, and I don't know.
Language is a funny thing.
Well, one like sometimes when a phrase enters the general like use, and now it's all people will say, and it starts to actually get kind of annoying. Like, I'm sick and tired of hearing at the end of the day, where someone could say ultimately, someone could say in the end, but it's gotten to a point now where no one uses those ever. It's always at the end of the day. And after a while, I'm just like, could you maybe shake it up a little? You know, we have other ways to say that. And I don't know.
What if the argument continues on through the night? Okay, so at the end of the day really doesn't convey the proper meaning now again, does it?
Well, that makes me wonder another thing. Like, I believe that sure, you can't feed gremlins or mogwai after midnight because they'll turn into gremlins, but when is after midnight over? I say sunrise. Given that it's magic, you know, and usually sunrise and sunset and midnight and high noon and all of those tend to have mystical connotations. I'm thinking that you can feed a mogwai again at sunrise and have them not turn into a gremlin.
Yeah, there you go. It's kind of like which comes first, Christmas or New Year?
Well, New Year is ambiguous because sometimes when people say New Year's, they literally mean New Year's Eve, as in they mean the celebration of New Year's, and therefore that spans two different, numerical dates anyway, if not actually 365 days. So which one do you mean when you say New Year's?
Well, that's the thing that's never specified in that joke. Well, it's not necessarily not necessarily a joke, but it's a trick question, if you will, because the answer they're looking for is New Year comes first because it's the first day of the year, while Christmas is almost the last. But then again, they're only 8 days apart. You know.
Well, but also given that there is just a glut of December and January holidays.
Yeah.
You know, given that New Year's clearly happens after Christmas, or at least New Year's Eve does, then I'd be willing to say that New Year's happens after Christmas, even if it is the new year. It makes a certain kind of sense. Just like if you were going to put them down on your schedule, chances are you wouldn't go, okay, so on Christmas we're going to do this, and then next year we'll be doing that. You know, it just doesn't seem like you write it down that way or think of it that way. Right. So, I don't know.
And then, you're very, 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 very correct here when you speak of the glut of December holidays. And then you have, like, for example, July is kind of shorted somehow. I mean, you've got a couple of them going on. I invented one of them. We could use some more holidays in July or August, you know?
Or maybe just fewer of them in December, especially since there's really only one that matters.
Oh, okay then.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 15th of December, yeah.
Exactamundo. That's the only December holiday that well and truly matters.
And it's just unfortunate that that's a dual use day, but what are you gonna do?
Is it?
It's the day Hitchens died.
Oh, well, that too. Okay, sure. But, after a while, people aren't going to remember that as well as they'll remember the important day.
Yep, so, definitely.
Besides, there's other people. Take, for example, Don Johnson, also born December 15th.
Oh, okay. And then, let's keep in mind that my birthday is always going to be in the history books.
Oh, well, there's that. Yeah, but it's almost the reverse of us, though, because people are going to remember that date way more than they will yours. Whereas me, as the eventual ruler of the universe,
okay, Write all this down, people. Oh
Right.
man. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. But it's unfortunate in its own way that all we have left now is Buzz. Um,
Whoa,
I won't.
I mean, sure,
Well,
I
from
can
that
keep
crew.
I can keep on making coffee or buying Red Bull. So yeah, we'll always have a buzz going on,
There you
sure.
go. There you go. I mean,
But
it's
like,
okay, but
are
it's
they even
still.
going to make more Toy Story movies though? I mean, I hear 4 was awful. I didn't bother to see it.
I don't
And
know.
did
I haven't
Tom
looked.
Hanks even return to play Woody? I know Buzz was in it, but
Yeah, I haven't looked. I don't know.
sorry, I love pretending that I don't know which Buzz you mean.
Uh-huh. Well, we do know the living, breathing character upon whom Buzz Lightyear was based. Yeah, so.
Oh yeah, Buck Rogers.
Mm.
Oh no, I take that back. Flash Gordon.
Flash! Da, 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 da. You got Queen going on in the background there.
You know what I never did bother to see and kind of don't want to?
Hmm.
Flesh Gordon.
Oh, it is so funny. I loved that film.
Is it?
Oh, yes.
I really I don't I look and I'm like,
I've got a copy of it around here somewhere. The characters are so stereotypical, especially Prince Precious. I mean,
well, I wouldn't know.
you want stereotypical gay guy. There's the character for you.
Oh, I know I showed you imagery of Seahawk from the new She-Ra.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
I mean, come on. Like, I'm told the character is actually kind of straight or possibly bi, but uh, he just he gives off Freddie Mercury vibes pretty hard.
Okay, okay.
I'm just saying.
Oh my! I mean, you don't necessarily want to run out and buy it or anything, but if you want a copy, I'll make one for you.
No, I can go the rest of my life and die happy never seeing that movie.
Okay.
But I mean, look at this. Look at this picture. How's that
Oh,
guy
Jesus.
not like the biggest queen you ever saw?
That reminds me of Zorro Gay Blade.
I mean, the whole series is queer as fuck, and I love it for it.
Okay, then.
You know, we got ourselves some Susan Powder action going on with Scorpia. I don't know if you can see that. It's not a very
Yep.
good.
Yeah, it's kind of small, but definitely. Yes, I actually do know who Susan Powder is.
Well, I would hope so. But I mean, look at this. I mean, come on. These two. Wait a minute. Oh, they have a list of couples. Interesting. I need to finish watching this series. It's been so good so far, but then I fell down a rabbit hole of watching something else, and I got to get back to it. But yeah.
And then when you got to the bottom of the rabbit hole, there was this tiny door that you could barely get through, right?
No.
No. Okay.
No, actually, there was just a lot of rabbit poo.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's funny. I know what happened. I fell down the rabbit hole of rewatching The Goldbergs because the actress who plays Catra on She-Ra also plays Lainey Lewis on The Goldbergs. That's what happened.
Okay.
So I saw the credit name. I was like, I know that name. Looked her up and went, oh yeah, The Goldbergs. I love The Goldbergs. And went back and rewatched the whole series to, match the actress with the voice. And then I just, anyway.
Tayo Koros too.
Yeah.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. But all sorts of fun. And I have to look.
On the plus side, I got a really good shot done yesterday for Twin Rush. Well, I take that back. I finished animating it yesterday. I finally finished rendering it earlier today. The reason it took so long is like one of my machines kept failing, and I kept having these problems with the cloth sim and all of that. It was just. Ugh.
So wait a minute. Is it the machine's fault, or is it the fault of the job you were doing?
I'm not sure. Because the job I was doing was probably pretty processor intensive, which would have made the machine heat up. And this is the machine that when I opened it up recently and cleaned out all the dust, it sort of looked like an excavation site. I mean, like I hadn't cleaned the dust bunnies out in quite some time is the problem.
Yeah, I
So,
know that feeling. Oy.
but it's like I don't know. So it might have been heat. It might just be that the machine is old.
Mm. Oh my, that's the thing.
But
The definition, or at least as far as I can see, definition of old is changing as time goes on. I mean, I remember when an old machine was, you know, like 12, 13 years old, and now you might get to 4 or 5 years and it's considered old.
well, I mean, given how quickly processors are changing and how quickly software is making use of it, and it makes a certain kind of sense. But the shot I'm working on today is actually an establishment shot for, or an establishing shot for the bar, where you've got. Oh, does that not work anymore? Damn it! I thought you could still hit space. Okay, here.
Okay, there was.
That's the shot I'm working on right now. That's just a preview file, right?
Oh,
One.
okay.
Okay. Here's the glass. There.
Oh,
It's just a brief throwaway to let people know. By the way, yes, this really is a bar.
okay. So
know.
on the right is the bartender character that you displayed a few days ago with the side
Yeah.
ponytail in it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's I don't know. It's been a very difficult shot just because the hair and the shirt do not want to cooperate.
Mm.
But I think I've got them looking good now. The shirt is fine, but the side ponytail keeps like bending it away where the hair goes through the scrunchie,
Uh-huh.
and don't even get me started on how frustrating that is. But um, actually, I think I might have just thought of a solution. Regardless, I
7%.
need to finish animating the customer character, and then I can render this shot too.
Yay.
So there's that. But it's been a frustrating couple of days because I've moved the characters into a completely new environment that hasn't been animated yet, and I'm having to populate it with like random extras, and I'm having to like set up a whole bunch of environment simulation stuff, oh, I am not looking forward to pouring a glass of something. In fact, if I can do my best, I might edit around liquid being poured into glasses because I do not want to animate that shit. Oh my gosh, you have no idea how much I don't want to animate that.
I can kind
So,
of guess. I mean, just picturing what the liquid does when it hits the bottom of the glass. Yes.
oh, that's not the part I'm worried about.
Oh, okay.
The part I'm worrying about is when someone picks up the glass and starts to take a sip and making sure nothing falls out.
Oops. Okay.
But yeah, also I mean getting liquid to interact in a glass, it's like you have to use so many particles to make it work properly, and just I don't want to think about it. It's one of the worst parts of animation is that.
Hmm.
Like you have no idea.
That is true.
There's times I worry I bit off more than I could chew with this project, but I've gotten so far with it that I I'm going to see it through to the end because number one, I love it, but number two, I cannot possibly see myself investing this much time in something and not finishing it. But number three, oh god, I don't want to keep animating some of these things. I am going to have to make sure that the camera is pointed as far away from liquid as I can when I'm animating this scene,
Mm-hmm.
or at least as often as I can.
Oh my. Well, as far as that goes, I guess could you extend the deadline if you had to? You know, you talk about you want to get it done and that sort of thing, and it sounds like you don't want to give up on it. But if it's going to take longer, then let it take longer or something. Am I
Oh,
making?
it's not a matter of longer. It's a matter of more difficult. It's a matter of longer because more difficult.
Well, there's where I'm coming from.
Like
Yeah.
I'm dealing with stuff that I've never dealt with before, or at least stuff I've avoided because of the complications I just mentioned.
Mhm.
And so, I'm dealing with it now, and I might try to find ways to avoid having to, or to doing it as little as possible.
Okay.
You
then.
know?
Moo. Oh boy.
But
Okay, let's not get
there's
tangled in this.
bunch of stuff that you won't be able to see because it was hidden when I rendered it. But the scene where this is taking place looks about like this.
Ah, okay.
I mean, like, there's another character over here, and you can't see all of the bottles that are on this shelf, that kind of thing. So it's not complete, but that's basically what you're going to see.
Moo. Very, 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 very moo.
Yeah. Actually, I think I posted something like that on Twitter recently. I may have a better version on Twitter right now.
Now I'm wondering, um, was that tap handle on the far left a special tap handle because it had the planet with the rings on it while the other two didn't, or what was going
The
on?
planet was meant like when taps will have like a topper that says what brand it is.
Yeah. Okay, so that's where you were. Gotcha.
Yeah,
Moo,
yeah.
moo,
It's
moo,
it's a
moo, moo,
brand.
moo.
I thought about trying to put actual like brand names on the taps, but no one will ever see them. And so I figured putting like little planets and rocket ships and stuff on top to make them unique was, a good compromise.
Okay then. Yay.
Ugh, man,
Very.
I really wish that window and tab were reversed when you were telling it which one you want to share, because my natural instinct is to hit the one on the bottom.
Uh-huh.
But so here you can see the bottles and a customer on the other side. The customer that was missing on the other photo, that was actually a Martian. This guy's an Earthling, and he doesn't look happy. He's not one of those guys who's sitting at a bar because he wants to be there to hang with his buddies and stuff. This is a guy who's drowning his troubles, clearly.
It's 2:45. Yeah.
I mean, so that's basically the same scene from a different angle.
Wait a minute.
You know.
Does this Martian guy have a window in his side or something? Is that supposed to be a spine or what's going on?
That wasn't a Martian. I told you that guy was an Earthling. The guy you couldn't see before was a Martian. The one who wasn't in the shot at all.
Okay.
No, that's just some like ribbing or quilting on his jacket.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So, I'm working on it. I got stuff going on. And apparently a bunch of pictures in my me picture folder that I probably shouldn't be showing people.
Whoops.
Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. They're not worse than PG-13, but it's still like stuff that could get a video demonetized on the tubes.
Well, just about anything can get a video monetized anymore.
Well, that's actually not true. The more I talk to people about it and the more I do my research, starting to think that it's actually some very specific things that will get you demonetized on the tubes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, as near as I can tell, anything that has a political connotation to it, that's going to have a harder time staying monetized. But if it's a video of a puppy, because there's actually video of a YouTube CEO flat out saying what they do and don't expect their YouTube users to put up on their channels. Like what sorts of content, and they were saying like, if you use it as America's Funniest Home Videos or a showcase for your cartoons, you're going to have a really easy time on YouTube. But if you have political opinions, philosophical opinions, anything that might be controversial, now you're getting hit by the other algorithm.
Which, as far as I am concerned, is a bunch of poo-poo.
I mean, it shouldn't be happening if that's what you mean, but
That's
it
what I mean.
apparently is the truth if that's not what you meant.
Well, no, the fact that it is the truth is what what's the word I'm looking for? Distresses me, I guess.
Well, sure. I just took issue with your framing. You
Yeah,
said, well,
yeah.
that is poo poo, and I'm like, did you mean it's bullshit or just that it's shit?
Mm-hmm. Um, because as far as I'm concerned, media such as YouTube, or even to some extent the Twitter, um, should have a place for exchange of ideas. But it seems that it doesn't.
Well, no, that's not true, though. It does. You can put all that stuff on up on YouTube if you want to. You just can't make money off it on YouTube if you want to.
Well, my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong on this one, is it also shoots the algorithm in the arse, doesn't it? I mean,
Oh well, yes, there are
your
two
video
different
is, yeah, your video is not as likely to be suggested if it's.
right, but you can still put it up.
But what good is
You
it if
see,
nobody sees
I
it?
guarantee you that these people will lean into the technically correct argument as hard as they can if you try to hold their feet to the fire the way you are right now. I guarantee you they'll say, but you can still upload it. We didn't take it down. We just didn't sponsor it or promote it in any way. But it's there. You can give people the link. It's public. If they search for the right keywords, they might still find it if they scroll a couple of pages. You know, it's that kind of thing where they're like, well, technically, we haven't completely removed it or anything. So you can technically, you see what I'm getting
Yes,
at?
I do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying that's the shit they'll pull.
oh, absolutely. I'm with you on that one, and it's very
Yeah.
unfortunate. Um, it's all about YouTube wanting to make money on it, and I don't have a problem with the profit motive. People don't jump all over me, but it's the extent to which that profit motive is carried that I sometimes have a problem with.
Well, I mean, I heard about these people who were like going out. Oh God, where was this? It was like Yugoslavia. Nah, it wasn't Yugoslavia. I don't know. Somewhere in that part of the world, there were these people going around. They were like swiping kids off of the streets, just like randomly.
Oh, okay.
And there was video of it that surfaced later after they found all of these kids in a compound. Right. It was one of those ones like there was this guy, he had somehow, I don't know if something went snap in his brain or if he just listened to the wrong people, but he honestly believed that he was like a religious figure and was starting this child snatching cult because they thought that the next him, if you see what I mean, like the
Uh huh.
next person who would fill his role to like lead this cult to not the promised land, but like their ultimate destiny or whatever
Yes.
that was
Yes.
foreordained. They were looking for that kid and swiping them off the street. And I definitely object to that profit motive.
Uh-huh, yeah. Uh-huh.
Sorry.
Actually,
The
that
entire story was completely bullshit. I just wanted to lead to that horrible dad joke.
that does kind of remind me though of the whole Zen thing. Where you find the young kid to be the next Dalai Lama.
Yeah.
Because I
Wasn't
think,
there a thing recently where they decided a girl was the next one and that wigged some people out?
yeah, I do remember seeing that. I don't know what they've decided. It's because Gyatso, the street name of the current Dalai Lama, has also said something that he was considering not reincarnating. That was a while ago. I don't know if he still holds that idea or what's up.
I I mean, I wonder what that would even do. You know, so someone decides, oh, I'm not going to reincarnate myself, and therefore the religion ends. Therefore, I've become one with everything. What happens next?
Yeah, it's because he is the religious and political leader of the Tibetans in exile. So that's got some far-reaching consequences. Um,
I'm a little surprised. Actually, I thought coordinating was in here. I'm wrong. I thought it was confidential coordinating first chief executive deputy assistant, but apparently it's just confidential first chief executive deputy. I thought coordinating was in there. How odd. All right, well, but that's what I usually say. Um, Lone Wanderer's bunker there is confidential coordinating first chief executive deputy assistant. I assume that's what you're asking for. But it's from a
okay.
card game called Galactic Empires that
No.
is worth absolutely nothing, even though all my cards are still in mint condition from 1994.
Okay, if my sound seems a bit low, let me see if I can jump on that and do something about it. It's not as low. It's not as low as I've seen it, but it is low. So okay, hopefully I
Yeah,
have.
your sound is always low. What's up with that?
Well, my slider just keeps going.
Hmm, weird.
Yeah, I know it's annoying, but yay! Yeah, there was this thing. They even have it in the source of all knowledge here, succession of the 14th Dalai Lama in Wikipedia, and here in the blurb, whether the Dalai Lama wants to cease reincarnation or not, this decision is not up to him. When he became the 14th Dalai Lama, it was not his decision. He was chosen following a strict system dictated by religious rules and historical tradition, and also with the approval of the central government.
See,
Okay.
now I'm just picturing some like poor guy, whether it's him in old and dead form or a baby or whatever, being dragged through the afterlife by an ankle. No, I'm not reincarnating. No. I'm just like, you
Yeah.
can't make me. I don't want to go back to Earth. They're crazy down there. No, I can just see
Uh,
it.
and then this is interesting. They have a set of chapter titles in this, and you have overview according to the 14th Dalai Lama, according to the Chinese government. Yeah, it's like, what should the Chinese government have to say about any of it? Really, I know they think they have something to say because they think that Tibet is theirs, but oh well.
Maybe if they have something to say, it doesn't necessarily mean they have a say. So there's that.
Tayo Korostu.
Mm.
What do we have?
Columbia's giving me that look. She's like, "You're supposed to feed me. You're gonna feed me, right? Feed me, fucking feed me, right?"
Oh
She's
my.
she looks dour.
I suppose I'm going to have to put some food in the little one's bowl because. Hi there! We has a Columbia and we has a Xander and. Oh, well then. Somebody got somebody's attention.
Yeah. Well, she reacts to sounds like that. You're ringing.
Yeah, it's some what's the word for it? It's some notification or another. Oh, it looks like I got a notification from the Weather Channel.
About weather, I assume.
Or not.
Hmm.
What do we have here? Okay. Billions of cicadas begin to emerge across eastern U.S. All right.
Cicadas.
Balaka.
I have to wonder, like, do they fill some sort of environmental niche that can be like removed easily? Because I know we can't get rid of bees much as they love to sting us because pollen.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there is anything about cicadas that can be considered useful. Um,
I mean, because like if I had the magic power to just wipe them out like that, would it just go okay, or would it turn out, oops, you did that, now we have a complete shortage of tomatoes and onions for some reason?
yeah.
You know,
Or the other one might be, is somebody going to go hungry? Um, Now, I know there's no specific loss with any specific race of cicadas. You know, if you, I'm guessing anyway that if you lost the 17-year cicadas, but you kept all the others, you'd still be okay. But if you lost them all, maybe somebody would go hungry. I don't know.
Well, but I mean that's it's more of an indirect consequence. My question is like, what would they directly affect that might then result in some people starving?
Yeah. Well, when I say somebody, I mean not necessarily referring specifically to humans. I assume
Oh.
that there are some non-human animals that do eat cicadas.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about a dietary, the cicadas as a dietary source, not the cicadas having an effect on the environment that affects something else that
Right,
something eats.
right. Yeah. There's where we are.
Okay.
Um,
Well, I don't know about that either, but it's just I wonder like what is the most easily removed life form on the planet, like with the least impact on anything else that remains. And it doesn't necessarily have to be an animal either. It could be a plant.
oh yeah.
I'd prefer we stayed with stuff that's macroscopic rather than microscopic.
I just wonder. Okay, this would have an impact, but I'm thinking that the impact might be a good one if we vaporized all humans.
Hmm. Yeah, see, this is why I don't like having these kinds of discussions with you, is because I'm being serious right
So
now.
am
and
I. So am I.
No,
I am
no,
no,
see,
really and
no, it's
truly,
not,
I
no,
am being
but it's
serious.
way far out, but it's outside of the scope of the question I was asking, and you know it.
Oh, this is interesting. From the National Wildlife Federation, they say cicadas are mostly beneficial. They prune mature trees, aerate the soil, and once they die, their bodies serve as an important source of nitrogen for growing trees. Oh, okay. And
So
this,
really, the only reason to get rid of them is the noise.
yeah, and this one,
I wonder, like, because I've read a lot of sci-fi that involves like genetics and stuff. And they talk a lot about retrogenetic therapy, where they can actually release a virus that will replace DNA inside a creature and turn it into something else, kind of thing.
oh yeah,
And I wonder, like, if we found whatever it is in cicadas that makes all that racket, and found a genetic way to turn the volume down, you know, I mean.
This is interesting, though, from Vanderbilt College. Unlike locusts, cicadas do very little damage to their environment. Generally, the females lay their eggs on the branches of mature trees, etc., 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 etc. Okay, so it looks like you might not even have that much eating of the trees going on. Okay.
eh, I don't know. It's just that, well, okay, so clearly cicadas are not the most easily, seamlessly removed life form on the planet, macroscopic life form on the planet. And that's one of the reasons why I point out the whole thing where humans are a bad example, because while removal might be beneficial, it's not seamless. And my point was seamless.
Oh,
Like, as
okay,
in,
okay.
nobody would notice, kind of thing.
Oh, yeah, there'd be people noticing if we Homo sapiens disappeared. Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like what if there's some weird, like first joint on your pinky sized rodent out there in Papua New Guinea or some shit? Or if that thing went extinct, the things that eat it would find another diet. The things it ate are ate by much larger things that eat more, et cetera, et cetera. Like this thing can be lifted out without a hiccup, kind of thing. What animal is most like that, or plant?
And that
It's
one,
like,
I really couldn't tell you. That's the thing.
well, that's the kind of thing I was wondering. Not what can be removed most beneficially, but what can be removed most seamlessly.
Okay, then. Yeah, and there's a big difference between those two.
Yeah. Of course, I was also thinking the other day of what it would be like if I was a pet to an alien species.
There you
So,
go. That's an
that.
interesting thing. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it was partly inspired by an episode of The Big Bang Theory. And I was thinking, like, what would humans raised in captivity and in isolation from humans who'd ever been on Earth be like if they were pets?
Uh-huh.
And I'm not sure because I don't know what it would be like to be a human who'd never learned English.
Well, I know plenty of those, but
Well, or a spoken language of any sort.
oh, okay, fine.
See,
Okay.
this is why I don't like having these discussions, is because you know that's what I meant. And the cynical humor got in the way of having the rest of the conversation.
Oh my, oh my. You know, I have to wonder though, what if we are already pets to cats?
No, we're not. You're not a pet if you can pick up and throw your owner.
Point taken.
You know.
Oh my.
Yeah, I mean, I love my kitties, but I could beat up both of them in a like 2-on-1. I could take them both in a fair fight. You know, no weapons. Hell, I'll give them their claws and teeth. I'll still take them both. You know, they're kind of wuss bags, my kitties.
Oh my. I've had a couple who were not necessarily wuss bags. Because they were taken in. I mean, even Sylvia is not as much a wuss bag as one might want. You know, she was a stray for only a little while. I took her in. She was probably 12 weeks old, just going by size and weight and that sort of thing. Um, my Celia could definitely hold her own in an argument. I took her in as a stray. All kinds of good stuff.
So I fell down a rabbit hole on something.
Whoops.
I forget exactly what inspired it, but I got to wondering what English words that are not abbreviations and like are not direct lifts from other languages end in the letter V.
Wow. I don't know. Only
I haven't found any yet.
only one word comes to my mind that ends in the letter V, and it is not an English word. That being eruv.
Okay, what about improv?
That would be an abbreviation, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would, but it is an English word that ends in V. So is whatev and satnav and maglev. And chav is one, but that's usually used in Britain. I don't know what it's like. I don't know its origins, but I'm willing to guess it's an abbreviation of something. I'm sure shiv is as well.
I'm not too sure about Shiv. Let's have a look. Yeah, because that's one I hadn't thought of. Okay, what is Shiv slang for?
It's actually based on the Roman word for blade.
Okay, okay.
Yes. Yeah, it appears to be a thieves' cant word for knife from the 1600s.
Oh, yay. Okay.
Maybe a Romany word. So, because well, I don't know how to pronounce this, but it seems to be Chivmonegro means knife in the Gypsy language in Romany.
Okay. Oh, so you're looking at the same blurb I'm looking at, the one that comes up on the Google search page.
On etymology or etymonline, I guess .com. It says.
Oh, okay.
Um,
So one took from the other, because yeah, you're. This one's quoting what you just said. Yeah. Okay.
right, but I mean the point is that it doesn't have an English origin. Is my point.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
it's that. Gov is short for govna, of course.
Mhm.
Rev for revolution, I assume, when you're
Yeah.
revving your engine.
Yep.
And let's see. I mean, bruv is just a fucked up way to say brother. Um, yeah. So I don't know any like this originated with people whose first language was English word that ends in V.
Hmm.
Is that weird or what?
Yeah. Well, weird can be fun, and
Well,
I'm promoting myself when I say
mhm.
that.
Yeah, actually, I'm also looking on ScrabbleWordFinder.org. I'm pretty sure Kalashnikov is not an English word.
I'm pretty sure that you're right. As a matter of fact, it's a Russian name.
I mean, it counts in Scrabble,
It
apparently.
does?
That's what it says on ScrabbleWordFinder.org.
Oh, wow. Because I,
You'd think it'd be a proper noun.
yeah, because Kalashnikov is a proper name. I mean, the man who invented the AK 47 was named Kalashnikov.
Well, yeah.
Uh,
But I mean, but apparently, I mean, okay, that's an interesting, I guess we'll call it a philosophical, if not linguistic question.
mhm.
If an object is known by the name of the person who created it, but over time it becomes genericized, like imagine if Ford were the word we had for car, the way Band Aid is for adhesive bandages,
Mhm.
would Ford eventually lose its capital letter if we always used it to mean any kind of car?
As far as I'm concerned, it should.
Then Kalashnikov should as well if it ends up being multiple different kinds of guns.
Okay,
Like
then.
if it's not made by a Kalashnikov company and it wasn't designed by the guy named Kalashnikov, but it's built along the same lines, and they decide to say this is another gun in the Kalashnikov series, I would imagine it could lose its letter that way.
Alrighty. And as far as that goes, the various units in the SI system, the metric system, those have lost their capital letter. The Newton as a unit of force, from Isaac Newton. The
I've never not seen that uncapitalized, but okay.
okay, and then
Like
there's
even when they're saying units of force, I've always seen it with the capital.
that's interesting. Um, I must be looking in the wrong textbooks or something.
Well, I'm not saying textbooks though. I'm talking common use here. I'm talking like I saw it in a novel.
Okay.
I mean, remember how much sci-fi I read? Occasionally Newtons will come up. Not very often. Usually blast that alien before he blasts you comes up first and more often, but sometimes people will talk about Newtons.
Hmm. Okay, here we go. The AK 47 is manufactured by the Kalashnikov concern and various others, including Norinco. Okay.
Yeah, I am not like I've been through every word finder site I can, and I don't see any words that end in V that are not clearly ethnic or abbreviations or whatever. Like none. I mean, hell, MERV is an acronym. We know that.
Uh huh.
Why would Marv be listed? That's a name, unless it's short for marvelous and not Marvin.
Probably.
But usually when I see people do that, it's like some bad something or other from the 60s or 70s, and they're going Marvy instead of just Marv.
Mm.
What the hell is Erev?
E R ERUV or
Nope.
ERIV?
Nope. Apparently, it is the day before a Jewish holiday or the Sabbath. Erev Yom Kippur. It means the day before Yom Kippur. It's EREV. I almost said EREV. That doesn't make sense. EREV.
Okay, because that sounds a lot like the word that means the uh, the wire or other sort of boundary around the home territory within which you may carry things on the Sabbath.
Yeah, that's spelled with one letter different. That's ERUV instead of E.
Ah, okay, thank you. That's what I was after. Yeah, okay.
Any of three rabbinical enactments that ease certain Sabbath restrictions, or definition number 2, a line delineating an area in which Orthodox Jews may carry on certain activities normally forbidden on the Sabbath.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
Yeah, because if you
that is listed as one of the words that ends with V on dictionary.com, but it was after the other one.
yeah, you can find the Erev around Squirrel Hill if you know where to look here in Pittsburgh. And it's an interesting thing to see.
Well, apparently there's another similar word, kirov.
Okay, what this is?
Yes, that would be the act of practicing. The act or practice of bringing secularized Jews closer to Judaism, especially Orthodox Judaism, as through seminars, meetings, and religious rituals.
Oh, okay.
Kiruv, apparently. Okay. So there's a lot of Jewish words in here. Makes me wonder about Moshav. Is that one? Yep, a cooperative community in Israel made up of small farm units.
Moshav.
It's a moshav. All right.
Dayo Korosto.
So air cavalry. Yeah, I figured that was
Yeah.
not Jewish. Yeah. All right. So isogriv. A line on a map or chart connecting points of uniform grid variation. An isogriv. Well, okay, I see the ISO part, but griv?
Yeah, I was going to say ISO, that's same, but Griv is a notunoegan for to into.
But griv already came up once with something else, didn't it? And that was also lines on things. Wonder griv. Oh, I don't know. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm never going to be using these words, I guarantee it. After today, I won't even remember they exist. Oh, well.
Oh my, oh my. Yay, yay.
Anyway.
Yay, 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 yay. Yay, 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 yay.
Wow. Type in English words that end in and just leave it blank, and you will get some very interesting websites. And some very interesting words. Did you know that there's a word literally spelled A-A-L-I-I? I don't know what it means, but that's one hell of a word.
Alrighty.
Let's
Okay.
see. It means a bushy shrub of Australia, Hawaii, Africa, and tropical America having sticky foliage.
Moof beef. A hop bush. Okay.
Or, no, that's meter. Damn it. Sorry, I saw a quiz and clicked on the wrong thing.
Oops.
Yeah, well. Like, I knew the right answer, but my hand moved the mouse pointer to the wrong one.
Bad hand. Bad hand.
Yeah,
hand.
well. Ha, I was right, too.
Eh?
The question was, this term means the arrangement of words in irregularly measured, patterned, or rhythmic lines or verses. The options given, foot, meter, and rhyme.
Oh, meter, of course.
Well, of course. But as I was trying to click, I ended up hitting rhyme instead, which fortunately took me to the quiz rather than to the answer, so I was able to do it right the first time for realsies.
Yay!
I don't know.
I don't know anything.
Oh, yikesies.
Uh-oh, what did she find?
Oh, well, that one's too easy just because of the question. The most well-known type of meter in English language poetry is what Shakespeare used to write his plays in. What is it? The options given are really obnoxious, but it's clearly iambic pentameter.
Oh, yeah.
Although, one of them listed as Hamlet hexameter.
Oh, jeez.
The other one is dactyl tetrameter or tetrameter. I don't know. But yeah.
All right then. Oh my.
Hmm.
I like Shakespeare, but what can I tell you?
Well, that you like Shakespeare. I'm sure you can tell me other things, but I don't know.
Some more than others, but
It probably doesn't help that, like, okay, my screen is like that, my camera is like that, so it's really hard to read anything behind the camera. So, like, an example of anaphora, that's got to be it. And they have 3 examples, and I can't read more than 2 of them at once. No, I take that back. I can't read more than 1 of them at once, because if I scroll to see number 2, number 1 goes away, and number 3 is covered by the camera. The only way to read them is to do this.
oh my.
Oh, well. Let's see. I'm going to say it's the first one. Oh, I was wrong. Okay.
Oh my. Everybody write this down. 18 May 2021 at 21:08 hours Eastern Daylight Time. Kate Farr was wrong.
Also, I think I know why I got it wrong.
Okay.
I think I read something in a way I shouldn't have. Well, like, I was trying to break down anaphora from its particles, and I think my brain inserted an M somewhere it shouldn't have and turned it into anamorpha or something. And my brain turned that into, well, which of these don't have a regular structure?
Okay then. Tayo korostu.
I think that's what happened to my thinking, but I mean, they still haven't defined anaphora yet. Like, sure, I got it wrong, but why?
Oh my.
Oh, okay, completely not what I thought it meant. The use of a word referring to or replacing a word used earlier in a sentence to avoid repetition, such as do, and I like it, and so do they. Okay. Okay, that makes sense then.
Okay then.
Actually, it doesn't. Given the answer that's correct, I don't see how that works. It says here, brings with him his whole life, brings with him his heart. Well, unless they're saying heart and whole life are the same thing and one replaced the other, that doesn't make any sense.
Wouldn't be the first time someone was wrong on the internet.
I mean, okay, if you want to say, sure, heart is metaphorical, symbolic, whatever you want to call it, and that whole life just refers to, oh, all of me, everyone who I am, and also with her. But the thing is, I wouldn't even define it that way. If I was going to take heart more symbolically, like, I bring with you my whole life, and also all of my dedication and devotion and honor is my heart and my love, I suppose. So it's not. I wouldn't call those 2 the same thing.
Okay.
Well, it won't be the first time when I've called bullshit on an internet quiz because, like, okay, if they were getting at this, sure, they're right, but what they said doesn't match the answer. I don't know.
Well,
I wish I could find the people who make these quizzes and ask them their justification.
well, what I'm seeing here on the blurb that comes with the Google search page, the second definition is the repetition of a word or phrase at the beginning of successive clauses, which to my mind points to I bring.
Yeah, the brings with him is said in both of those. So, yeah, okay, that would make sense. Okay.
But the darn thing about it is they seem to have opposing definitions. One is the replacement to avoid using it successively, and the other is the successive use. It's like, oh, Okay, who designed that one?
I don't know. I don't know.
God did not design language. Okay, you don't have
Clearly
the
not.
yeah. You don't have the what the hell do they call that? Intelligent design. Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is that the intelligently designed languages that are out there were intelligently designed to look like they weren't, and so have lots of mistakes in them. I'm looking at you, Klingon. You know, I mean, like seriously, if I could go back and design certain parts of Klingon, like a lot of it makes perfect sense. But all of those weird random ass prefixes that you stick on the front of words to indicate who is speaking about what and to whom are so wildly irregular. I would make them more uniform so it was easier to know which was which. Like with basically mental muscle memory
Uh-huh.
rather than the rote memorization you have to do, you know? Where it's like,
Um,
oh, if I want to negate something, I stick a at the front of it in English, like asymptomatic is not symptomatic. It makes perfect sense. It's like you put pro at the front of something or con at the front of something. If you're for or against it, makes perfect sense. But you get these other things where they're like, okay, so you put Blorch on the front of this one to say yes, but then you put Versmorgenflargen on the other one to say it doesn't. It's like, but they don't. I mean, I can understand. I don't know.
oh, this is interesting. For the hell of it, I just looked at my Twitter feed, and there is here a question posed by an account called Mystery Solvent. And the question is, what does Susan Collins smell like? And the answer that comes along with, there are 607 answers, but one of them is corruption and John Natte. That's a good one. Or is it John Natte or Jean Natte or whatever the fuck that shit is?
What on earth are you talking about?
The answer is okay.
No, just that one word, genite, genite. What are
Okay,
you talking about?
think
You might
of
need to spell that one.
yeah. Okay, uh, Jean space Nate accented.
Oh, oh,
It's
okay.
a name
Like
of
it's bath splash mist. Apparently,
yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah.
never smelled it in my entire life, so
It's
I couldn't tell you.
it's known for being used by ladies older than I am. Uh,
Well, I have spent a lot of my life just avoiding artificial scents like that unless it's, say, antiperspirant.
okay then.
Most of them smell terrible. I'm sorry. It's so rare that I encountered a perfume or a cologne or anything like that that doesn't smell horrid.
Yeah, I know the feeling. And what amazes me is, well, around here anyway, so many times I'm walking from here to somewhere, and a person of either gender will walk by me, and I can smell nothing but their cheap scent. Cheap perfume or cheap aftershave that smells absolutely horrid. And the unfortunate thing is, you can smell it until they are about a half mile past you. They bathe in this stuff, and it's like, why?
Well, I wonder if. Well, like, okay, the hand soap, the hand sanitizer I bought when I ran out of what I had, I could only find scented and a tiny, tiny, not even pea-sized bit like that. You wash your hands with it, wash them under the water with it for like, nearly a minute. You will smell like that stuff for hours,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yep.
There's just
Yep.
no way to get the fuck rid of it. And so it might be that they're not even bathing in it. They might be just because I like the way it smells and they can't do anything about the volume. You know what I mean? Like if smell were a sound.
Yeah, I mean, it's to my nose, it's horrid. But then again, I'm weird. You can tell people all about how weird I am. So maybe I'm the only person on the face of this rock that encounters that. I don't know.
Yeah, well, there are certain scents that are fairly like common that honestly I couldn't identify. Not a clue what Brute smells like. Not a clue what Dracar Noir smells like, and I definitely don't know what Axe body spray smells like.
Of the three of them, the
Now
only...
that I think about it, aren't those all guy colognes too?
I'm not sure about the middle one. I don't know that one, but the two on the ends, yeah, those are for guys.
Well, Dracar Noir, I'm pretty sure is a guy thing. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I know what Brute smells like and don't like it.
I honestly don't know. I even only know it exists because of Bloom County.
Okay, yep. Oh my. I should visit that site more often.
Right? Someone is not wrong on the internet, but potentially about to watch a movie I suggest on the internet. Because see, one of my favorite character actors, Charles Grodin, just died,
Yeah.
and now one of one of my favorite comedians is having this like sob fest about it, and we're all talking about like movies and stuff. And there's one that I mentioned that apparently nobody but me has watched, which is
Oops.
weird because it's a total who's who. It's got like all of these famous people in it. Like Jim Belushi and Charles Grodin and Hector Elizondo and Gates McFadden and John Delancey and Mako and a whole bunch of others. And it's just like, wow, how did you people never see this?
Well, I mean, just name something, and I haven't seen it.
Well, yes, but we're talking people who actually work in Hollywood don't know the movie. Comedians who have had Hollywood TV shows don't know the movie.
Oops.
I'm like, how am I the only one who's seen this? It's just weird.
You're special.
Oh, that's another issue entirely. But yeah, it's a pretty fun movie for something that came out in like 1990.
Okay then.
And, I keep trying to present a tab instead of a window. Oy. There. Jim Belushi, Charles Grodin. Basically, Jim Belushi is playing Jimmy Dworsky, and he is like 2 or 3 days away from being released from prison. And it'll be not in enough time to finally see the Cubs win the World Series, you see.
Okay.
And he is like the biggest Cubs fan you ever met. And they're going to be like playing against the Angels. And so he breaks out of prison to go see the Cubs win the World Series, and then he's going to break back into prison to be released. Now Charles Grodin is playing this like 90s yuppie dude who loses his Filofax, which is then found by Jim Belushi, who then takes over Charles Grodin's life and starts pretending to be him long enough to see the Cubs.
Alrighty then.
So it's basically one of those like stolen identities, I need my identity back kind of movies. Two guys get sort of thrown together, they hate each other, but they have to work together for this, that, or the other reason kind of thing. It's one of those, but they do it pretty well. And like I say, it's a who's who of Hollywood. So like 1990s Hollywood, everybody's in this fucking movie. At least 2 Star Trek alums.
Yeah. I recognized those names. Yes.
So there's that. Actually, more than 2, but 2 regulars. Let's put it that way.
Yep.
Because I'm pretty sure that Mako was on at least one episode of Star Trek. If he wasn't, he was at least on Babylon 5.
I don't know though. Would you call Delancey a regular?
He played Q. Yeah, I would.
Yeah, but he wasn't on every episode, or
No, but he was a regular. I mean, a regular doesn't have to be on every episode. They just have to be pretty frequently returning,
Okay,
recurring, and
okay.
he was.
okay. Dayo
You know.
Corostu.
I mean, yeah. Wait a minute. This will be easy. Just look up Trek. Wow, he wasn't on Trek. All right. What about Babylon 5? No. Dude, I know he's done sci-fi. He has to have done sci-fi, this fella. Ah, well.
Moo.
Well, Mako was one of those, like he played the old Asian dude in everything.
Oh, okay then.
Yeah.
Oh my.
That's a good picture of the guy. Let's see. Yeah, I keep pressing tab. Damn it. I hate it when two things are in the opposite position from each other from where I'd put them on a UI. This guy.
Okay then.
You've probably seen him in something.
Very likely. Very likely.
Well, let's put it this way. Did you ever see Conan?
No,
Really?
really.
All right. Well, there he is in Conan.
Moof beef.
Actually, he's been in some older stuff. I think he's played either like a POW or the guy holding POWs or something. Like,
Okay.
here he is with Brain Cramp.
McQueen.
Yeah.
Okay then.
So he's been in every damn thing. Unfortunately, he died back in 2006, but
Oh my.
yeah.
There are a couple.
Wow. So I'm just looking at some of these names that were in this movie. I'm shocked that other people don't know it. I mean, hell, if anyone was going to know it, I would have thought Christopher Titus would be on that list, but apparently not. What? J.J. Abrams was an airplane passenger? Well, now I'm going to have to watch this again because I do not remember J.J. Abrams being in this movie.
Already.
Well, But yeah, it was. I'm gonna miss Charles Grodin. I really liked his screen presence. He did deadpan better than anybody. Well, okay, not better than Stephen Wright, but he still did it really well. Oh, Jesus, he was in Ishtar. Oh, that poor man. I couldn't watch more than 15 minutes of Ishtar. It was that bad.
Oops.
I mean, I should give it another try. I was like, what, early 20s, if not late teens when I tried it. But it earned its reputation as one of the worst movies ever.
Oh well then.
Oh, you didn't know that?
No, I don't know anything about movies. Come on.
Okay, but Ishtar has a rep. I mean, it was The Room before The Room existed. It has a 4.4 on IMDb. I don't know about Rotten Tomatoes. Let's see. Ishtar on Rotten Tomatoes. 37% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Oh,
37.
I wonder what the lowest all-time score is.
Don't know, but regardless, I mean, for a movie that has like Dustin Hoffman and Warren Beatty in it, and Charles Grodin. I mean, you know, but yeah, it has a rep for being one of the worst movies ever, and it kind of earned it. Like, I'm not one to turn a movie off before it's over, but I did.
Okay, well, from editorial.rottentomatoes.com, they have a list of 100 movies that scored less than 5% with the critics on the tomato meter. Okay. Wow.
So there are 5 credits to the name of Ishtar's director. And they are 71, 72, 76, Ishtar's 87, and then 2016. And that was an episode for a TV series documentary. This director, not very respected.
Oh my.
Although she does have some decent writing credits, like The Birdcage and Tootsie, apparently.
Okay.
And some acting credits on stuff I've... Oh, wait, no, I did see The Graduate. Okay, but other stuff I've never seen. I don't know. I don't remember The Graduate very well. I remember the end scene, and was that the one with plastics? There's only one word you need to know. Plastics. Was that The Graduate?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Those are the only parts of The Graduate I remember.
Oh, not even the end?
I said the end scene.
Oh, you
and
did say the
plastics.
end scene. I missed that somehow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was probably about the only parts of the film that were worth anything.
Well, you know how they got that uncomfortable look out of the two of them when they were driving away?
Oh,
Like, you know, that look, they got it, like they were
Yeah.
glancing at each other, like they weren't sure if this was the right thing to do.
Yeah.
They got that look out of them by the director not saying cut for a really long time, and the actors were completely confused.
I thought that end scene was rather long.
Well, but I mean, there's just that whole, they're like, are we done? Dude, fucking say cut. But they can't do that because they're still acting, you know? And they're like, well, maybe if we like ask if we're done, we're not done, and then we'll ruin the shot and have to do it again. I guess we'll just sit here. And that's how they got the uncomfortable look out of those two, is just waiting a really long time to say cut.
I don't know. I never did figure out what that uncomfortable look was for, but
Oh, well, the whole point of it was that they weren't sure that they had done the right thing. They just did this big, huge, life-altering thing.
right.
They're not sure if it was the right thing to do. And while they're happy, they have misgivings. But then again, you know, they did just take the leap, so make the best of it. But they're just not sure, you know? That's why they were sort of like, I'm glad, but oh boy, this is scary kind of thing, you know?
Okay. Okay, I can live with
That was the idea.
Oh my.
These are things you learn when you go to film school and work in 4 video stores.
Okay then.
Yeah, well, the only reason I ever tried half the movies I watched was because they were free rentals.
Ah.
You know? We have ourselves a secular pagan mum in the chat.
Oh well then. Hello, 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 and of course, secular pagan mom has been here before. How do I know that? Great to see you again. Oh my, oh my, oh my.
I'm gonna need to ask you to carry the show for a bit, though, because I gotta go feed the cats. I'm a half-hour delinquent.
Oh no, you horrible person.
I know, but I will be right back.
She'll be back after this message.
When she's coming around the anyway. Yeah.
Oh, our little break from what was that show called? With Siskel and Ebert? Was it just called Siskel and Ebert? I forget. But that's the life, isn't it? Oh my word. Yeah, it's thanks muchly for what? I don't know. Well, yeah, thanks for Kate's presence, but you know how that works. Oh, boy, moi. Yeah, today was a fun day. I did not have to go to the polling place because I had dropped my ballot in the mail last week. That was fun. So, I hate the off years, the odd numbered years, because here anyway, they are all judgeships. And I'm going to be honest, and I'm going to say that I don't know the judges, nor do I know the candidates for judges from a hole in the ground. I don't know any of those people. And it's very, well, I shouldn't say very difficult, it's essentially impossible for me to make an informed decision. And yes, she is back.
Informed decision about what?
The election, the primary election today, it's all judgeships. And
Oh.
yeah,
That's purely local. I didn't know you had one. We don't have one here now, so I didn't know there was one at all.
yeah, it's the it's the primary, both parties on the same day. But yeah, the contested races anyway are judgeships, and then the other stuff like treasurer or sheriff or that sort of thing, uncontested. I think there was even one that had no candidates running. Friskis! Oh, yay! Somebody was nice to you.
Oh. No. I was nice to myself.
Oh, well then.
I was running low, and I was like, well, I can go to the store, or I can order a flat. So I ordered the flat.
Probably a
I mean,
good
if
thing.
nothing else, just the constant beep, beep, beep at the self-checkout or waiting for the cashier to do it is enough of a deterrent to make me mail order cat food.
Okay, then. Yeah, and it's kind of nice that it's in a sealed can and takes a while to go. So, yeah. Oh, my.
Well, plus, Kate has some of this.
All right. Moo and boo and
Which
stuff.
means that if Kate wants to have some of this, Kate's prepared.
Mm.
You know. Still got some left.
Yeah.
And if I hold my arm the right way, it almost looks like the tattoo is an actual cloth sleeve if I hold it the right way.
Oh, okay then.
Kind of looks like an elaborate pattern. You can't necessarily tell it's a tattoo if it's at low enough resolution.
Oh, Colleen is here. Hi, Colleen, honey. Yay. Super late. I mean, with our show, does it make that much difference? I mean, we'll end up being here for 19 hours. Well, not necessarily, but.
Well, we'll see. I mean, I may end up having to turn into a pumpkin, or you might. I don't know.
Yeah, one of us will. Oh, Lord. You had to say that, didn't you? Now I'm yawning. Oh, my.
Well, I mean, turn into a pumpkin doesn't necessarily mean get tired.
That's usually what it does to me. Not every time, but usually. And this damn thing is, I was in bed pretty much all day. I didn't get out of the damn bed until, I don't know, 1600 hours, something like that. And
That's a lot of time in a bed. 1600 hours?
Yeah,
Man,
absolutely.
I haven't even played some of my video games for that many hours.
And this
But
shows, and
I
this
just
shows-
discovered some. I'm curious about this now.
Sweet corn flavored popcorn. Huh?
Not just sweet corn, fire roasted flavored popcorn, fire roasted sweet corn. Apparently, I guess corn on the cob is what your popcorn will taste like. This will taste like cheddar.
What the problem I'm having here, I have a lot of
Hmm.
problems, but the popcorn is corn that comes off of the cob.
Yeah.
So you're making it taste, you're flavoring it to taste like itself.
But you're not. Because popcorn doesn't taste like corn on the cob.
Yeah, she does have more or less a point there.
Now, what is it about caramel and cheddar together that works? And don't just say sweet and savory, because it's more than that. You know what I've realized? I think it's because like there's molasses in caramel, right?
Well,
It's a yes no question.
as far as I remember, not necessarily.
Okay, well,
Let
I
me look
think what
up.
it is that this specific combo, the cheddar and the caramel, produces a flavor when mixed together that's not too unlike barbecue. I mean, sweet barbecue.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's why it works together.
I am this thing up to looking to making. Let's see. How to make the best salted caramels. Okay. Come here, you. I need to know the ingredient list. Come on. I know you're in there. Here we go. The ingredient list is half a cup of unsalted butter, half a cup of heavy cream, 3 tablespoons water, quarter cup of light corn syrup, a cup of sugar, half teaspoon sea salt. And that's it.
That is something they've been excuse me, wow. Harping on. Wow.
Wow.
Usually I don't cough that much on this. Yeah. But they've been really harping on the salted part of caramel in products in stores these days. Like you'll see caramel, but if there's something like, the Eggo waffles that I like, or an ice cream flavor or something, or I don't know, flavored peanuts, it'll say sea salt caramel or salted caramel for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, is that really a huge selling point? Just the salted part, where unsalted caramel would be like lesser?
I guess it is a selling point because I see it all over the place as well. I tend to call it a fad, but you never know.
Well, these days fads tend to endure, probably because of the internet. I mean, how long must we endure pumpkin spice everything around about Thanksgiving?
Lord. Yeah. I don't know
So-
too into. Excuse me, please. Oh my. Oh, here we go. Kellogg's.
Yeah, see, that one was easier.
Alrighty. Now with me, if I ever start coughing, it gets harder every time.
Actually, I think for me, it might just be the first drag takes getting used to. I don't know.
Okay.
Because it does seem to get easier after a while.
Alrighty. What do we have here? Well, this is from.
Colleen, have you never had caramel popcorn?
Oh man, I've known about
I
caramel
mean-
popcorn for most of my life.
I still remember, like, there were a couple of places, you'd usually find them in malls, where they would have, sometimes a cart, sometimes a kiosk, never a full store, that would have the flavored popcorns.
Yes.
Like, you can mix and match, make your own, like, combo or whatever,
Mhm.
or,
Yep.
buy them individually, and you get those long, almost cylindrical bags of
Yep,
them, and you bring
yep.
them. Yeah, I mean, like, and they would have sweet and savory all over the place. It you had a wide range of what to choose from. So,
I don't know if
and
it's.
I'm sure that grew out of caramel corn.
I don't know if anybody still does it, but the other thing I remember is around Easter, you would get the various colors of popcorn.
Hmm.
They have the food dye in them all over the place, and those were mostly with corn syrup.
Like,
But,
here we go.
yeah,
Well, I guess maybe sometimes they did have a full store. Look at that.
uh huh. I've seen a couple popcorn stores.
That right there. They always had that one bag that was like everything. Like you see this
Yes,
rainbow one
yes,
here. It had
yeah.
one where it was like we just took all of our flavors and mushed them together, and it's like you could easily eat one that's black licorice flavor immediately after eating one that's like I don't know orange or something. It's just kind of fucked up.
Now that's
But I
that's
loved these flavored popcorns.
that's one I'm not sure I could get along with would be black licorice flavored popcorn. I don't know.
Well, black
Somehow it
licorice
just
in and of itself is disgusting.
well, I can do black licorice, but usually as the candy. Specifically the black licorice flavored candy or the.
It's disgusting. I hate the entire flavor, like that and anise and anything similar. Can't stand them.
So
Gross.
you're not going to be drinking ouzo anytime soon.
Well, I never have, and I don't even really know what it is. But I guess I never will. I mean, I know it's booze, but beyond that,
It's Greek and it's heavily anise flavored.
ugh, it sounds terrible.
The idea with ouzo is you drop a little bit of water into it, and that reduces the solubility of some of the essences and the oils and everything that are dissolved in the alcohol, and you get a ooh yum, and you get a basic white cloud forming in your glass of ouzo.
Hmm.
For some reason, they like that, but I'm looking over. Kellogg's Eggo thick and fluffy salted caramel waffles.
Those are
Where?
the ones I told you to get.
Yeah, and I can't find them.
Hmm.
I've been
Weird.
looking. I've been looking. I want to try them. And
They're very
okay,
good.
they have. Okay, where can you find them? Squall Mart. I never can find them there. Squall Mart Grocery. Can never find them there. Okay, they have Target. They have
Mhm.
Costco.
Hmm.
Another Target. A third Target.
If you have a Kroger store, that's where I found it.
We don't have Kroger up here anymore.
All right.
There used to be Kroger in this area of the country, but not anymore. So when I was quite young, there were definitely Kroger stores. So what I may
Well,
have to do is just decide to hop a bus, take an hour or whatever it is, and get to the closest Target and see if they have it.
well, one thing I did notice though is
Hmm.
that there aren't as many of them in a box because they're puffier than the regular waffles. So there's like two fewer than normal Eggos.
Okay then.
Not to say you're necessarily getting less food, you're just getting fewer
Pieces.
episodes,
Yeah.
servings.
Hmm.
Hey there, Columbia. How are you?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go. I know. I know what I can do.
What
On
can you do?
on my way to one of the local farmers markets, which I intend to visit before the month is over, there's a Target on the way out there, and I'll just take a stop and see what they have.
Hmm.
Yeah, because the farmers market in Lawrenceville opened today, and I've been wanting to. I've been thinking anyway of going down there, taking a camera and a selfie stick with me, and just shopping for some stuff and filming while I do it, and stuff and things, and I don't know, it'll be fun. And I still need to make soup, but it's another story entirely.
Hmm.
I need to clean the place up before I make soup. I don't want.
Okay, you lost me. What?
I need to clean.
How?
Hmm?
I mean, unless your stove is what's dirty, couldn't you make soup even if the rest of the apartment's filthy?
Well, there's going to be a camera running while I make the soup.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Now it makes sense.
Yep.
Now it makes sense.
And the work surface is still kind of cluttered, so I need to declutter that. And then it's a really quick and simple thing. It won't take me more than maybe an hour to make the soup, but still, I just want to get it done. And there's always something coming up where I mess the place up and stuff and things. And then there are the days where I'm not feeling like anything good. And, I'm crying because I'm in pain because of this damn neck of mine. Oy.
Well, I mean, you know the obvious solution.
Yeah, I cut my head off.
Well, I was going to say cut the neck off, but sure, I mean, the head's not the part that hurts, is it? It's just the neck. Just remove this and sew the head back on,
That would work. Yeah, there you are.
Of course, you'd end up looking like Roger Ebert towards the end of his life. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
I was never really sure what they had done to him. Did they remove his jaw? I don't know.
I am not too knowing. Which is the one that died of cancer?
And they both?
Well, it was separated by a number of years, but yeah, you do have a point there.
Well, but I mean, Roger Ebert. I mean, I'm looking at his before and after pictures, and it's terrifying. And I don't really know what the hell happened to him.
Yeah.
'Cause, like, you can see him here. That's what he looks like or looked like, and then whatever the fuck happened, and all of a sudden he's got like no face left.
Man, that's
You
gotta
know?
be that's gotta be jaw cancer of some sort. Yes.
Something. So I mean, here he is with Scorsese, but I mean, yeah. Yeah.
Dayu Korostu Bandayeki.
Okay, we'll just unshare. That's horrible.
Okay, here we go. 5.1.
But yeah,
Okay, section 5.1, health. Here we go. Early 2002, he was diagnosed with papillary thyroid cancer. Okay.
a
That
request has
explains
been
it.
made. A
Yes,
request has been
Yes,
made.
dear.
Harmonica Man.
Hey, Randy.
Soft kitty, warm kitty, little ball of fur. Happy kitty, sleepy kitty, purr, purr, purr.
Beautiful.
All right, happy? All right.
I
And now
love
we're
it.
definitely demonetized because I guarantee you that's copyrighted.
Of course. Oh man. Okay, but the
Anyway, feeling down is not what that's for. It's for being sick, remember.
the surgery for the salivary gland cancer, that's what did it. Oh yeah.
Hmm.
Because
But they
the
couldn't like reconstruct a jaw for the guy?
I'm guessing not. Let's see
I would have
here.
thought.
Followed up
Oh,
by
well.
radiation therapy. Again afflicted with cancer in 2006.
Oh,
In Ju-
man.
in June of that year, he had surgery to remove cancerous tissue near his right jaw. A week later, he had a life-threatening complication when his carotid artery burst near the surgery site. Oh man, this guy had everything happen to him.
It's like, okay, the universe has decided that you're a dead man, and there's
uh-huh.
nothing you can do about it.
Well, I mean,
I mean, like, okay. Imagine how much it must suck. I beat cancer. Woohoo! By the way, you have more cancer. What?
Uh-huh.
You know?
I mean, I've known several people who have had salivary gland cancer, and none of them ended up looking like that. Um, Even though they did have the surgery to remove the salivary glands and all that other horse shit. One of my exes, her brother had salivary gland cancer. Had to have the surgery.
And I didn't quite catch it. Was it like the same cancer that got him the second time, or like he had more than one cancer, right, Roger Ebert?
It sounds like
Because I mean, like, how much would it suck if it's not the same cancer that just spread, metastasized and all that? You beat one cancer only to get a completely separate one.
it sounds kind of like that.
I mean, it's like, what does the universe just have it in for me, kind of thing, you know?
Yeah, it sounds okay. This first cancer would be thyroid cancer, then would be salivary gland cancer. Then he had cancerous tissue removed near his right jaw, but they don't say what it was. Of the carotid artery, that was something else entirely. But yeah, it sounded like he was dealing with at least 2, possibly 3 cancers.
Well, they sound like they were similarly located in similar sorts
Same
of
neighborhood,
cancer.
same neighborhood, yeah.
I mean, what I'm saying is like, what if he beats the throat cancer, but now he has ass cancer? You know, those rectal polyps? Yeah, that turns out to be some sort of arsenoma. Arsenoma?
Uh-huh.
Come on, that's good.
I like
For ass
that one.
cancer?
I like that
Anyway,
one.
and that's like, okay, well, sure, you beat those, but now you got fucking leukemia. You know, it'd be like, what the hell? Did I put out
wow.
a cancer welcome sign somewhere kind of thing?
And here we go. In December 2012, Ebert was hospitalized due to the fractured hip, which was subsequently determined to be the result of cancer. Oh, God!
And man, what is it with the hip on old people anyway?
Oh my! So many of them. It's osteoporosis, but this one doesn't sound like it.
Well, but I mean, it's always a broken hip. Whenever you hear about an old person injured themselves, immediately you think broken hip, don't you?
Yeah.
You know, like it's never a fractured clavicle. It's never, a metatarsal got shattered when the dog sat on it wrong or something. You know, it's always the hip.
Well, the hip does take a bit of load. I
Yeah,
mean, a bit more than the clavicle, for example.
I suppose it depends what you're doing, but I mean, still, it seems to happen so often, or at least it's the one that's the trope. I guess because it happens so often, but who knows? It just seems weird. Like I'm talking about the same way how I think it's weird that if you say someone was a pedophile, immediately you think gay man. You know,
Yeah.
like no one ever says, "Oh yeah, that woman who was like a substitute teacher and preyed on the kindergartners or some shit, and it was only boys." You never think of that one. No. It's always either a priest with the altar boys or some like closeted fairy who, like, I don't know, And it's like, okay, when you think about an old person breaking something, it's always a hip.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's the same kind of thing where it somehow entered the cultural zeitgeist that this is what this means, even though it's not necessarily that way in the real world. And I'm just wondering how that ended up being. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And it's difficult for me to say.
Yeah.
The one thing I do remember is that I was watching a documentary years ago featuring Everett Koop, the former, for those who don't know, the former Surgeon General. And he mentioned in there that it's not a case of the old person falling and breaking a hip. Rather, it's the case of the old person breaking a hip and then falling.
All right.
interesting way to look at it, but I guess it does make sense. Yeah.
You know, there's this guy who's like in charge of something with regard to the pandemic right now. Oh, no, 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 no. I'm wrong. This was an interview I saw with a guy who's like a pandemic expert or something. He's one of the ones who said that it's definitely an escape from a lab. This didn't happen naturally. And looking at him, I thought it was C. Everett Koop because he
Okay.
just so looked like the guy. Did you see that interview?
No, I don't think I did.
Oh, it was
Um,
crazy. It was going around for a while. Like all the different news shows I watch used that clip to explain, yeah, this was a lab virus, this escaped from a lab. And the guy that they had on as the expert, I swear, I thought at first it was him.
Interesting. Um,
Yeah.
it kind of surprises me just a tiny, tiny bit, and I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm looking at it. I'm giving people too much credit, but I'm thinking that so many people who know what they are talking about are, or at least seem to, say that this did not run away from a lab, and then now you have this expert here who's saying yes, it did.
Well, I've been seeing almost nothing but people saying it escaped from a lab. That they've been pointing at different kinds of like protein sequences and gene sequences and shit, and they're saying this clearly has all the earmarks of a designed virus.
Okay, so I'm just looking in the wrong places. That's all. Okay.
Well, either that or I am. I mean, I can't necessarily vouch for the sources I've been seeing. You know, I mean, let's face it, it's news, not a TED talk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, you know, take everything with a gigantic grain of salt.
Oh my. Oh my. Oh my.
That's the thing is like I've been watching a lot of news programs on YouTube where there are people that I generally agree with, but every now and then they go a little too far, further than I ever would on something. And I'm like, oh, is it right that I'm watching you guys? Like not even, I don't even mean they're like going to like they're saying things they shouldn't, but sometimes it's like they'll point to someone that I think is an idiot and say they're evil instead, kind of thing.
Okay.
And I'm like, oh, I'm not sure how much I agree with these guys anymore. Like people I trusted at one point are starting to sound a little scary. I don't know, but then they start making sense again. And I don't even know what the fuck to think about them. You know, maybe I'll just form my own opinion instead of letting theirs dictate mine.
Well, that's not a half bad idea, really, when you come down to it. But I'm noticing that so many people scare me anymore. It's very difficult for me to find a an opinion that I can trust. You know, a person that I can trust with, excuse me, with the opinion. Um, and that goes to even some of the most trustable names on CNN these days. You know, one of those deals.
Oh, well, I'm talking about like people who are a little more fringe, you know, like say Jimmy Dore, for example.
Okay, then.
You know, I mean, I like Jimmy Dore. I think he says a lot of really great stuff, but every now and then he takes things to places I'm like, ugh.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
You
I'm
know,
with you.
but okay, hold on. Let me present now a tab. You know, but then of course I have to check my own assumptions because a lot of times when I think he's going a little, it's because he's dissing on Bernie. But even so, does this guy look to you like he could have been C. Everett Koop in a former life?
Yeah, it does actually. Yeah.
That's the video I've been seeing. That's the guy I was talking about, and I saw it on Jimmy Dore. So
All right.
You know.
then.
yeah, But like I
Former
said, I mean-
director.
in principle, I agree with Jimmy Dore on a lot of things, but there's times where I'm just like, no, no. But then I start agreeing with him again, and well, yeah.
Well, Randy, have a good sleep and sweet dreams and stuff like that. And Randy, thanks you for the soft kitty.
Sleep well. Be excellent to each other.
Wait a minute. Where the hell does that come from?
Well, would it help if I added the second part?
Hmm.
Party on, dude.
I don't know. That sounds almost like something that would have come from something called Bill and Ted.
It actually is something that came from something called Bill and Ted.
Okay, then.
It's really easy to mix up Bill and Ted and say Wayne and Garth if you're not thinking about it, but you nailed it.
Oh, already. I just got lucky on that one. You know that, right?
Although, you know, a Bill and Ted and Wayne and Garth crossover would have been interesting.
Bill and Garth and Wayne and Ted. Almost.
I don't
Oh my. Theme it after Bob and Ted and Carol and Alice. How's that sound? Bob and Carol and Ted and Alice was actually the title.
Is that from that? Oh, okay. I thought it was going to be something about Alice's restaurant. All right.
No, it was.
Well, I never watched that either.
It was an early film that tried to handle Pauly stuff. If I remember.
Really?
Correctly, if I
Okay.
remember correctly.
Interesting. I would not have. How early is early? Like,
Let me look up the year
well, let's put it this way: before or after 1950?
after.
Okay, before or after 1970?
Might have been around that time.
So
Oh,
not
it's a
really
1969 comedy drama. There you go.
Well, I'll be honest. I mean, as much as that's before my time, it's not what I would have thought of as early cinema. Basically, if it came out after let's say 60, it's not early cinema. And that's being generous. I usually cap that around 40 or so, but I want to include World War II a little bit.
Okay then.
Well, I mean, because around about that time, Hollywood put out some really interesting crapola. So, I mean, hell, a fair portion of that shelf up there is dedicated to old black and white sci-fi.
Okay. Tayo Corasto.
Well, I mean, we're talking like Them and Earth versus the Flying Saucers and The Day the Earth Stood Still and all of that stuff, you know. Damn, I don't see it. There was a picture. Maybe I don't actually have it. Maybe I just saw it on the internet, where it was like Bill and Ted in their phone booth, and then the doctor in his police box, and they're like sort of looking at it like daggers at each other. You know, it was flying through space. It was, I don't know where it went to.
Some strange place.
That's the picture I'm looking for. Let's see. Although actually, only the doctor seems to be looking daggers. Bill and Ted seem to be like, hey, want to come along for the ride? Also, totally not the doctor I would have chosen, but all right.
Okay.
Well, you know which one I prefer.
I'm trying to remember before or after Eccleston.
Oh, way before.
Oh, Sylvester, whatever the fuck his name is, right?
Sylvester McCoy's my least favorite. He's the one who got me to stop watching the series.
Oh, okay. Well, I know he's at one end or the other of the list.
This should be the most obvious answer in the world. I'll give you a hint. It's spelled Tom Baker.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Tayo Corasto.
Although, you know, I had a never meet your heroes moment a while ago and I read about some of his personal life.
It was interesting. Yeah.
It's just, man, I miss being able to look up to people.
Yeah, Colleen, I definitely liked Eccleston. Definitely. Now, I will say that if I had to line them all up, Baker would probably be number one or number two. Yeah.
Well, he just, I don't know, something about his presence. He was just
Uh-huh.
really, I don't know, there was something friendly about him. Something that made you want to hang out with the guy, even when he was being grim.
There's a kitty.
I'd like to believe that that doctor would have respected my sense of whimsy.
He was rather whimsical on his own, yeah.
And let's face it, people who are whimsical tend to appreciate others who are. Whereas folks who are not whimsical don't seem to appreciate anybody.
Uh-huh.
Although I understand there are some groups out there like where you can just go and hang out and the whole idea is to complain. Like that's it, just pure catharsis. Everyone's there to bitch. No one's there to judge. Everyone's just there to be heard and to hear.
Okay.
I can see the appeal of that.
Oh my. I know people like that.
Matt Smith. Which one's Matt Smith?
The one that came after Tennant, if I remember correctly.
Oh.
Um,
Yeah, I don't know. Like
rather-
I can't even keep track of which of those came first or second,
Rather-
actually, or last or
rather-
83rd. I don't know.
rather rectangular face, if I remember correctly, and skin texture was interesting, to say the least. Let me look it up here. And yeah, that's the one I was thinking of.
I will say that I liked David Tennant in Good Omens. In fact, the way his character walked in Good Omens is something I used for one of the characters in my own animation. I took some. Oh, that one. Okay. I took some like screen caps of the way he walked. He had this sort of very arrogant, kind of almost punk way of walking, and I was like, that's perfect for one of my characters. So I did the screen cap and used it as reference. It was kind of cool.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
Bufu and Beefy. Oh, look. Kitty.
Now, if I was going to have a Bill and Ted Doctor Who crossover, it would have to go like this. Although I can only imagine what the Daleks would make of those two. They'd probably figure, yeah, we have no work to do here. These two are harmless. They're nothing.
Oh, my.
I don't know. Of course, I also wonder, like, what would happen Daleks versus Borg?
Oh, jeez. Yeah,
Actually,
that would
I
be.
figure the Borg would win just because they're more adaptable.
What I really like, though, and it's just a strange thing to like, but I did like it, was retaining the plumber's helpers. When you
The
had,
plungers.
yeah, they were there from the beginning all the way through.
Well, it amuses. You've seen Curse of Fatal Death, yes?
Which one was that?
That was the one with Rowan Atkinson playing the Doctor.
No, I haven't.
Oh, well, it's on YouTube. Go look it up. Curse of Fatal Death. It's hilariously funny. And also, I'm sorry, but Rowan Atkinson would make a perfect Doctor. He would be so good as the Doctor. But anyway, it's a comedy, and it's got a bunch of British comedian types in it, and actually it's kind of a who's who. And they do this whole thing of like the Daleks, and I don't know. It's hard to describe. You just have to see it. But Rowan Atkinson plays an amazing Doctor, and at one point, why am I blanking on his name? who's playing the master, gets his hand cut off and it gets replaced by a Dalek plunger.
Oh no! Oh God, I love it.
So yeah, Jeffrey Rush, I want to say, is playing the master. Let me see if I got that right. Come on. I can't tell from that picture, but I'm inclined to say no. No, I don't remember then. I'll have to look it up directly. Curse of Fatal Death. Yeah. Right. But who the hell was Jonathan Pryce? That's it. Was playing the master.
Okay.
But this is a who's who of British comedy. I mean, Rowan Atkinson, Richard Grant, Jim Broadbent, Hugh Grant, Joanna Lumley, Julia Swalha. I can't pronounce that. Bunches of others. So yeah, yeah. It's on YouTube. Check it out. Doctor Who: The Curse of Fatal Death.
We shall og this foo. That's what we shall do. We can look that up over there.
I know I've told you to watch this before. I know this has come up before.
It has to have come up, yeah. Here we go. All right. Okay, I see one from Comic Relief at 21 minutes.
That's the one.
Okay. Tayo korostu.
Oh, jeepers. Someone stuck Ted's face on the doctor's body, and it is both scary and works.
Oh my.
Like, I mean, it's terrible, and yet it also completely works.
Righty. Yay, I think. Yes, it is a yay.
I'd watch it. Although Keanu with a British accent is just, I love you, Keanu, but no. I mean, did you ever see Dracula?
No, I haven't.
Oh, God. Terrible movie. And Keanu was, well, not the worst part of it, but...
I was thinking that, yeah, you had to have been talking about a more recent...
It was like 1990 or so. Where is it? Dracula 92. It also had Gary Oldman in it as Dracula and Anthony Hopkins as Van Helsing.
Okay. Yeah, because the first one that came to my mind, and I cannot remember if I ever saw that one or not, was the 1931 Dracula.
Right. Well, the point is, though, that Keanu tried to fake a British accent in Dracula, and it was one of the worst, just cringiest moments ever put to film. Like, again, love you, Keanu, but I hope your accent has gotten so much better since then. I mean, seriously.
Moof beef.
Yeah. So... yeah, and Gary Oldman had the weirdest hairdo in Dracula. Like just... like, you know those Martians in Mars Attacks?
Uh-huh. Yep.
Well, picture that, but hair. Like, okay, let me get some... yeah, there we go. Copy image. Actually, that's a better one. Present now. Window that go.
Eek!
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what the hell. It's like they said, okay, what if Princess Leia was a boy?
Okay. First thought that
That,
came to
that,
my mind was Bride of Frankenstein, but yeah, okay.
you know. But yeah, so that was his hair in Dracula, and I'm just like, who? The director approved this after the hairstylist did it. I mean, like, okay, sure. Was that a hairstyle back then in frickin' Transylvania?
Maybe, but I didn't think it was a hairstyle on guys.
Well, actually, it's funny how many things we don't think of as being for guys started that way.
Yeah, okay.
Wigs, makeup, perfume, high heels, these all started as things guys did.
Mm-hmm. Oh my. Oh, that's interesting. I see that in the primary here in Pittsburgh today, the current mayor lost the bid.
Right?
So it'll be interesting to see who replaces him on the ballot. Because
Now, is that the way you wanted things to go, or the opposite of how you wanted them to go, or
I had no opinion. I didn't place much stock in anybody that would fill that seat anyway. So, and of course, it's because I'm so cynical. Um,
well, let's
but
put it this way: is this the least worst?
probably,
Okay, so we're less sad about this result than we would have been otherwise.
yeah, probably. I mean, this is only the Democratic primary. You know, there's the general election in November.
General
So,
election in November. Sorry, I
mhm.
picked that up. Anyway,
So the person I'm looking for his name, Gainey is his last name, still has to run against a Republican. But this is interesting. It seems that Peduto lost by quite the upset this time around.
Padoodle.
Peduto is the current mayor of Pittsburgh,
Oh,
Bill Peduto.
so when you say that, so that's the guy you just got primaried.
Yeah,
Is the incumbent got primaried?
yeah.
Wow. All right. That doesn't happen a lot, does it?
No, not really. Especially here. I mean, they pick somebody and stay.
It's probably hard not to take that personally if you're Padoodle or whatever the fuck.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like you're in power and your party said fuck off.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
like it's not even your party abandoned you. Your party said get out. We're done with you.
yeah. Uh, yeah, there's a person questioning is Gainey is good, correct? And the person who started this thread said, don't know much, to be honest.
And your sound is low again, apparently.
Okay, let me fix it again. Okay, we'll kick that up a little bit and then see if that helps. Jetapaliki. I have no idea. Okay, so Ethan Lynn says, I see a lot of moderate Dems on my timeline celebrating, so I guess it's good. Well, if I see moderate Dems celebrating, I question.
Well, The problem is, I don't even know what that term means anymore.
Uh-huh.
And also, I don't know, was the incumbent more or less progressive than the person who won?
I didn't think Bill was all that progressive, but I could be full of shit.
Well, that doesn't answer my question in the least. The other person could have been even less so or even more so. I'm asking for a relative measure, not where they were on the spectrum.
Well, really all I know is his son-in-law. That was bad.
So you don't know his politics at all. Okay.
I never did pay very much attention to Peduto. The only thing I knew was that he was not as bad as could be the case.
But that's true of everybody. Hell, I can
Yeah.
even think of ways Trump could have been worse.
Wow, that's pushing
He could have been Donald Shatner instead.
it. There you go.
Everybody. Oh, who's my little buddy boy? Oh, who's my little buddy boy? Who's my little buddy boy? Oh, my little buddy boy.
Hey, the kitty.
I love my kitty. Who's my kitty? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Oh. And now he's slurping me.
I don't know.
Xander likes to do that, and I don't understand it, but it makes him happy and it leaves me not too terribly soggy. I'm okay with it.
He likes the taste of Kate. You know, what can I say?
Shut up, Clarion.
I'm thinking loudly, am I not?
Oh, you don't even have to think it. You've said it often enough. I know where to put it in conversation. Yes, and I said in conversation for a reason.
Yes, I know you did.
Yeah, well, I know where that goes.
Oh,
Do you?
my.
Do you really? You know where it goes, do you? Yeah.
Tayo Korostu.
Mhm.
Oh, my, oh, my, oh, my.
It's fine. I never actually asked any of my exes. I have no idea whether I'm any good at the pillow talk or not.
That one I couldn't tell you.
Hey, baby, give it to me like my grade school gym teacher. Mm. I don't know. I'm sure I could come up with even cringier ways to say that, but that was the first one that came to mind. Like, I think it was a line in Fight Club where, like, what's her face and the main dude that just finished having sex, and she said something like, "I haven't been fucked like that since grade school." And the thing is, that was the compromised line.
Oh,
Basically,
my.
the studio saw the line that she was going to say, and they said no. So the director said, okay, we're going to change it, but you don't get to say no this time. And for some reason, they said yes. The original line was, I want to have your abortion.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't know.
the way things are going, I don't know if anybody's going to be allowed to say that anymore.
But yeah, the part of where I got the inspiration for the grade school gym teacher thing was I haven't been fucked like that. That's where it came from, was that little bit of line trivia from Fight Club, you see, is what inspired.
There you are.
Mhm.
I just don't know as far as the Mississippi case is concerned, but I suppose I'll have to dedicate an entire show, this one or some other one, to the Mississippi case.
Well, I really wish there was some way to hold to the fire the feet of those who are against abortion to make them say the quiet part out loud.
No.
Because they say they don't want people to get abortions. So you say, okay, so how about like birth control then? They go, no, no, no abstinence only. And it's like, but that's unrealistic. And, you can't expect people to stop fucking. And when they do, you can't necessarily expect them to do it smart. Why not have comprehensive birth control? Because no one's allowed to fuck. And that's what it comes down to, is they're against sex and they're for controlling women. And those two just dovetail nicely into the whole, abortion thing. But it's not even necessarily about the infant that may result from a pregnancy.
Right.
Not really. They
Right.
like to say it does, but it's not. It's clearly about controlling thought, emotion, sex, and women. Clearly.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But getting them to be able, finding a way to make them say it, like some of them have said it out loud, but most of them will still cling to this whole every life is precious bullshit.
Yep.
So I'm wondering if there is a way, some rhetorical strategy that will get you to a place where the only thing they can say is, yeah, controlling women, controlling thought and sex. If there's some way to trap them into, they can only say that because anything else they could say would either be provably incorrect or horrible.
But would that do any good?
Well, it's step one. I mean, if you can get them to say it, they can't unsay it. So, you catch them saying it on camera and you've got a weapon.
I mean, the way I'm looking at it, and maybe I'm full of shit, and I'm probably right about that, but I'm looking at the women who are in favor of criminalizing all abortions, and I'm thinking that they have to know what this is all about. I mean, the guys, we're against sex when it's her idea. When it's mine, okay, that's a different story.
See, here's the problem. I don't think that's what's going on at all.
Okay.
I have to attribute this to stupidity rather than malice. I think a lot of them believe their own bullshit. I think a lot of them genuinely do believe they're doing the Lord's work or whatever. I mean, it'd be great if that weren't true, but I think they really do believe the magic book, and really think that they're being warriors for their god.
Wow, that is just totally amazing. I mean, when you consider how unrealistic their god is.
Well, I mean, hell, given how unrealistic most of the fiction on these walls is, and yet I still enjoy it. I don't believe it's real, but I can still really enjoy it despite those glaring plot holes in some of them.
But
and I say that with love, Babylon 5. But the difference is that they have swallowed the Kool-Aid. They believe the movie is real life.
Not only that, but the fiction that you like, as far as I can tell, is not directing anyone else to live that life. Their fiction is.
Yeah, well, the thing is, people don't have to be told. How many people walk around in Klingon gear all the time? I mean,
Well, shit. I wear I wear Cubs t-shirts. It's not that I'm giving my life to the Chicago Cubs.
Well, some people do. I mean, come on. How many people decided to give up their job and follow the dead for a year?
That's fucking stupid, but that's another story entirely.
Well, but I mean, my point is that what you were describing is something that's similar to what we're talking about, but not actually like it in the necessary ways.
Well, the people who gave up their jobs and followed the dead for a year were pretty much doing this to their own detriment. The people following...
But they were doing it because they believed in something.
Yeah, but the people who are following the myth about the dead first century Jew are screwing up the rest of us. If
Yeah,
they kept
but
it to
that doesn't
themselves,
change-
I wouldn't complain.
Okay, but that doesn't address the point, though.
Okay.
Because I was making a different point, not about whether they hurt anybody, but about like whether people can be inspired to follow something with or without a directive to do it. And there are plenty of people who dedicate themselves to things that have never put out a call, and yet it becomes almost like a membership in a clan to them. I mean, hell, just look at the fans of Twilight and their whole, what were those two guys, Jacob and somebody, Edward something? Look at me when I was a kid and we had the whole, like, Tiffany versus Debbie Gibson thing, and that got tribal as fuck, you know? So, like, none of these, like, none of us were told, oh, you have to be a Tiffany fan, you have to be a Debbie Gibson fan. It's one or the other, us against them. You know, those two never started a rivalry or said you have to be one of me, one of us. You know, but we did it anyway. So even if people are called to do this, that, or the other thing, well, sometimes they do it anyway without being called.
Yeah, I guess we've got a couple points going here. I mean, one of them is, being called, and another is, oh, you're screwing over in a bad way.
Well, yeah, I mean that's a different issue. If people following the Grateful Dead around were also wreaking havoc upon the unsuspecting and the unwilling, then yeah, that would be a more equivalent example. But I don't know. If religious people could mind their own damn business, this would be a much better world.
Yeah,
I'm not even telling them to stop worshiping. I'm just telling them to worship over there when they're
Yes.
doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, he really should take to heart one of my what do you want to say? One of my directions in life, or whatever it is. You know, death to all fanatics. But you know what the hell.
Well, and the floggings will continue until morale improves. But I don't know. I mean, you will talk to some religious people who seem to genuinely believe that this is a Christian nation. That the United States, you know, kind of like, oh yeah, English is our official language. We just let you speak your nonsense over there, except we don't have an official language. Well, it's the same thing with Christianity. Like this is a Christian nation, despite the other religious people that live here. We just let you live here, but it's ours, really. You know, that seems to be their attitude, and you can't really reason with that, can you?
No, you
Because
can't.
they're making a claim to something that can't be proved, but also can't necessarily be disproved either, something for which there are not sufficient criteria, something which is certainly not encoded in the law. I mean, you certainly couldn't solve it in a Twitter battle, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, there's very little that can be resolved in a Twitter battle.
Well, regardless, this is worse. I mean, like, how do you even have that conversation?
Well, there's the problem. I think it's very rarely a conversation.
Well, okay. How do you have that discourse of any flavor, stripe, whatever? How do you do it? Because I mean, the other side will usually start engaging in like mantras and slogans and stuff, and
Yep.
they shut their brains off to where you can't get an answer out of them, or they start doing the thing where they start demanding answers out of you, but you never get to ask a question, or when you do, they ignore most of it, and after a while, I'm
Well,
just
the
like,
other-
dude, if you got a point to make, fucking make it, because I'm getting sick of this Q&A shit.
Well, the other one is they demand an answer from you to a question that cannot be answered. There are unanswerable questions, and like lay out step by step the origin of life. I've had that one thrown at me, and it's
Well, I
not.
always tell them not my job.
And it's not that the answer cannot be given because there are so few paths and nobody knows them. Rather, there are so many possible paths, and any number of paths can be taken. That sort of thing.
But the thing is, like, the
and I
problem
think
with
that they
is
know
you're
that.
engaging. The problem is you're engaging with them.
Yeah, that is the
You-
problem. Yeah, because I think
What I do when they throw that at me is I say to them, it's not even my job. I'm not here to disprove your God. If you want to say your God is the origin of life, fucking prove it. But if you can't even show evidence, then I'm discarding what you have to say. I'm not even trying to make you believe anything. I just see where the bullshit is and what you believe, and I'm pointing at it and asking if you can see it and smell it.
And the impression that I get, and happily it's been a very long time since I've had to engage anybody in this, they know what they're doing. The impression is they know that they are spouting fallacies. But the idea is to get someone into a position where they have to say, I don't know, or, there is no answer, and then jump on it. Well, I have the answer, that sort of thing. No, you don't.
Well, but that's why I don't engage. I look at I tell them the question is wrong in the first place. I don't even try to answer it. I point to the burden of proof. I'm like, look, I'm going through my life happily existing without a God. Now along comes you. You tell me a God is real, and you tell me the qualities of this God and what this God has done throughout history. You give me things I can check. I've checked them. They didn't work out in your favor. So what's up with that? Is how I bring that conversation to them, where basically I make sure that look, you've seen the alt-right playbook. I don't play defense either unless I actually have something to defend.
Uh-huh.
I mean, that's the thing. And their questions are inevitably straw man questions. They're inevitably fallacious. They inevitably presuppose a frame that I don't agree with. And so I just get into the discussion of like, oh, this question of yours, look at the way you constructed it. Did you mean this or that? Could it be this or that? There's multiple schools of thought. I engage them on the substance of their question without answering it, because there is no fucking answer, and there is no answer I could give that will result in them changing their mind. So I just won't even have that discussion. I won't have that discussion. I'll discuss the problems with the question itself. And if nothing else, that keeps them making themselves look stupid and keeps me from having anything to defend. So,
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is that their followers listening to them don't recognize how stupid it makes them look, but...
Well, maybe they do, maybe they don't. That's the problem, is most people will attempt to answer the question before explaining why it's stupid. And I say, no, explain why it's stupid instead.
Yeah.
Because if you start giving them answers, they are, even if they're not in control of the conversation, they've at least got you dancing to their tune.
Yep.
And what you have to do is explain to them they're playing the wrong song. And I'm
out
not,
of tune also.
Well, but I mean, the point is that if they ask a scientific question and they ask it badly, or they ask it well and you can answer it, but it's irrelevant to the point of the point of contention on their side, where it's like they believe X, Y, or Z, and it's not even covered by the question they just asked. I just throw out the nonsense, because damn it, I know where the fallacy lies, and I'm going to keep heading like toward that like a laser beam, and I'm going to brush away any distraction they try to throw at me, because what I know is that part is wrong, and we're going to talk about the part that's wrong until it's corrected. And to hell with the other wrong shit they're saying. That one needs correcting. But I mean, it's not even like engaging on their question. You have to engage on how the question's constructed. If you engage on the question, you're already doing the wrong thing.
Yep. Yep.
Now, this is where always knowing the answer is a problem, because let's face it, when you have the answer, you want to give it. But if you give the answer, you get distracted from pointing out other people's dumbassery.
Yeah. Oh my, is that a... No, that's not a kitty. For a minute, it looked like a kitty. Don't mind me, I'm being weird. It's in the shadows, it's sometimes difficult to tell where there's a kitty and where there's no kitty.
Well, I see a kitty over there, but I don't see the other kitty. Oh well.
Is there a box?
Yeah. Oh, did I show you the little like fort my dad and I made?
I think so. I think.
As 2 cardboard boxes, little holes cut out of them, and I have another like the one that these the cat food came in is big enough that I could maybe add another story.
Once upon a time. I wish I had a little bit more room in here, and then yeah, it'd be all taken up with cat toys and cat forts and everything,
Yeah.
and cats.
Well,
I'd probably end up with 3 or 4.
be interesting if you had none of them, but still had all the cat toys.
Yeah.
And never had a cat in the first place.
Say again?
And never had a cat in the first place.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Or then again, yeah, if you have the cat and the cat is embezzling from you, and you know the $3,000 worth of cat toys, and Steve
Well, you know,
Martin's
I would
skit, for those
imagine
who
if
don't
my
recognize.
cat was embezzling from me, my cat would spend it all on food. Because when you have a lot of money, you kind of turn into a fat cat, don't you?
Kind of. Oh
I got to do
man,
this like Groucho Marx or something. Yeah.
I'm gonna miss
I don't know.
when the food stamps get taken away. I'm gonna miss that
Hmm.
because I'm eating damned well now. I'm eating better now than I have in years. And eventually, well, just like, you know, the various governors are taking unemployment benefits away from people who can't find jobs, you know, to force them to work, you know, they're going to be taking food stamps from people who need to eat.
You know, there have been studies done, lots of them now, that point out that doing exactly the thing conservatives don't want to do, giving people things,
Mm-hmm.
actually works and works really well. There was
Yes.
something they did in Canada. I just saw a report about them giving like $7,500 to a bunch of homeless people.
Yeah.
Like not long-term hobos. We're talking like people who in the last 2 years had lost their home. And then they looked at what they had done with it, and most of it went to the necessities. Some of it got saved, almost none of it, like a recreational amount, a reasonable recreational amount, went to like booze in a hall and stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
You know, and basically they used it like responsible adults. But of course, over here you can't have that. That can only be done up in Canada.
Yeah, well, the U.S. is still living the Reagan myth of the welfare queen, and I mean it existed before Reagan, but he really popularized it, and it's just false. Really,
Yeah.
I mean, I've had my opportunity to live in this world So let's see. I came into this world in not that way, but the other way in '89. So I've been living the less than wealthy life for a bit over 30 years. And I've had a chance to see what's happening and everything else, and it's nothing like the hardcore conservatives describe it.
Well, nothing is. That's the problem. I was watching an interview with some people, like a bunch of conservatives, and they were being asked what they thought of like the other side. And they like this one dude insisted up, and everyone around the table was agreeing with him, by the way, insisted up and down that the people on the left all want communism. Like not even socialism, communism. Full on. Like and everyone around the table was nodding in agreement. These people have been fed a myth about the left, and they don't see what the left is really like at all. They think that we want things we don't want, and they think that we are ways we aren't. And like most of them don't seem like you could tell them, no, this is what it's really like to be a leftist, and this is what we really want. I don't think they'd believe you.
Well,
Because
they
they've
would
bought this myth of the enemy so hard.
not.
Now, I'd like to believe that I don't behave the same way towards them. I'd like to believe that I hear what's said to me, but then I look at their behavior and try to find where the two merge and where they don't. These people have swallowed the myth completely, wholesale. I don't want to be a communist. I don't know anyone on the left who well, okay, that one guy, but I really don't know anybody who does. And you know, like the people who have been telling you that if you're on the right, they're morons. Stop listening to them.
Yeah. But it's the whole tribal brain thing that kicks in, and it's got to be us against them, even if the bone of contention doesn't exist. You've got to invent something.
Something I've been thinking for a while that I really only really full on said with any kind of confidence for the first time today, where someone was talking about like elections and you know how like making them fair, getting a third party in and stuff, and then they said to me, "What are you going to do?" Meaning me. What am I going to do to like between now and 2024 to try to get a third party be viable? I thought about it and I was like, you know what? Probably not a goddamn thing, because what's the point? It's too late. Okay, we need to be environmentally green, eco-friendly by like 2030, and even that may be too late. Biden says he wants to get there by 2050, which is for sure too late.
Mm-hmm.
And he's clearly showing every sign of caving to the right as hard as he possibly can on just about everything important. So really, what does it matter who's president in goddamn 2024? And I've been thinking that, well, basically since 2016, but I never really just said it. Like I've hinted at it. I've made noises in that direction, but today was the first time I just said, fuck it, that's true. Fuck it, that's my position now, is we're fucked, we're doomed. Nothing you can do about it. So,
yeah,
just grab as much fun as you can while we still can, while it's still comfortable to do it.
And might not be all that long. It might not even be a matter of waiting until 2024. We may be down the chute in another year.
I don't think the environment can kill us that quickly.
Well, I'm speaking of other things. I mean, I'm speaking totalitarianism, that sort of thing.
Well, I don't know. There are a lot of things that I used to say that'll never happen in this country, where now I'm not so sure. That's one of them, is totalitarianism.
Mm-hmm.
And I admit, as a kid, I think I swallowed a fair amount of the myth of the United States as, America. Like I wasn't flag waving, gun toting, or anything, but the whole greatest nation on earth. I mean, I looked at some of the stuff we had: Hollywood, NASA, whatever, all the tech companies coming out. And I was like, well, even if we're not the greatest nation on earth, we're certainly helping a bit more than most places. We're certainly number two if we're not number one, damn it. I thought that way as a kid. The like curtains started to fall away after a while, but as a kid, I bought it. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know the feeling, because we were fed all that shit when I was that age, when I was in grade school, etc. And it was the whole exceptionalist thing, and it was a little bit more true then than it is now, but not all that much.
Well,
The U.S. had some skeletons in its closet. Let's not, miss that one.
yeah. I think one of the things that it took me a while to actually realize is that the United States wasn't really. Oh, I'm trying to find a way to say this that doesn't sound terrible. The United States couldn't have really pretended to be the greatest nation on earth until after World War II.
Right. I'm with you.
With the industrial everything, where like the rest of the world was rebuilding, but the United States was largely untouched by damage.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what gave us our real boost.
Yeah.
Some part of me didn't know that in any kind of explicit way. Like, some part of me always thought it was just a straight line from 1776 to now, in terms of like growth, in terms of being a leader, in terms of all of that stuff. I don't know why it didn't really occur to me that, like, until recently, that it wasn't until after World War II that we really started to become a superpower like that.
Yep.
Hmm.
Yeah, we were overshadowed by Great Britain for a lot of our history, for example.
Maybe that's just part of that, myth that was fed. They just sort of conveniently left out the part of, yeah, I don't know.
Oh my. And then, of course, there's this cat over here who wants some lap. Oh, now you're getting out of the lap. Okay. Fickle.
That's a cat for you.
Here she comes again. Here she comes again.
To save the day. Anyway.
I used to love that cartoon. I used to love Mighty Mouse.
Here she comes, just a walking down the street singing. Anyway.
Singing meow, 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 meow.
Oh, I always liked that song.
Ow! Will you take it easy, little one? Those are sharp.
I even liked it before it was the basis of one of my favorite movies.
Oh man, I'm trying to remember.
L.A. Story.
Oh, Karapotitia, Nene Petroste.
Mm.
And
But yeah, they're I don't know. There's something about that era of music that has always sort of, I don't know. I've always liked it a little bit, like, sort of in spite of my, like, it's cheesy as fuck. All that old like 50s, 60s sort of pop rock, whatever, doo-woppy type stuff. But there's something nice about it. I don't know.
Ow! I keep telling you those are sharp.
Okay.
Whoa!
But no, I've always liked that era of music for some reason. And it probably doesn't hurt that Stand By Me came out around about, like, somewhere in my childhood, and that music was featured rather prominently, and yeah.
Tayo Korostu.
I've always liked it. I don't know why. I guess because there's something just unapologetically fun about it.
Okay.
Like just the pure unadulterated schmaltz in some of them. It is. I mean, it's stupid, but it's a good stupid. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. Maybe that's my brain. Maybe that's this, but I can't. The words aren't there.
Maybe it's yes. Yeah.
But
That would be moo. Oh well.
I'm trying. No, there's a certain song I was trying. Oh well, it doesn't matter. I've enjoyed those that subgenre. I'm not really sure what to call it. Like someone said doo wop, but I always thought doo
No.
wop was something else. I
No,
always thought doo
no.
wop was. I mean, the best I can come up. Like I suppose if I said malt shop music, someone might understand it.
Right, right.
But think of the drive-in restaurant where the waitress is on roller skates.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a word for that era of music, but if I make these references, you know exactly what I'm thinking of. You're like, oh yeah, the soundtrack to Back to the Future minus Huey Lewis.
Well, I think the word is doo-wop, isn't it?
Well, but when I think of doo-wop, I think of something a little more, I don't know, Chuck Berry, or something that owes more to jazz and blues.
Oh my!
Like, because that early 50s, 60s proto rock that they used in like Stand By Me, if someone called that doo wop, I'd be like, I thought that was a little more that stuff. I don't know.
Let's see.
Like sock hop music.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think of the name of the knockoff
Yes?
group that came around in the mid '70s, and I'm not seeing it there.
Well, I mean, let's see. I looked up one of the songs, and all it said was pop and rock and roll. Let me look up, say, like, for example, Earth Angel. Well, now it says doo-wop group, the Penguins.
Oh, there
The
it
X Factor,
is.
the X Factor here seems to be their skin color, though.
Yeah, the one I was trying to think of was called Sha Na Na. That and doo wop go together in my head.
Well, now I'm looking at the Do Run Run. You know that one.
Oh
Do
yes,
Run Run.
yes.
Right. Well, I mean, they list on Wikipedia here the genres are R&B, pop, rock, and roll. Now that I can see, that makes sense. Given the song. Let me look up who put the bomb. Who put the bomb? Because that's definitely quite thoroughly. No, not Bomb Records. What are you doing here? Who put the bomb? In the bomb? Let's see. This one's listed as just doo-wop, novelty song, and bubblegum pop. Okay. I'm not sure that there is enough agreement. This is kind of like trying to nail down the definition of science fiction for some people.
Yeah.
I mean, we've had that conversation before. I'm not sure there's any actual agreement on what these genres necessarily are. I mean, okay, they're like unambiguously saying that doo-wop is very much African American.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Well, I mean, but some of the songs I'm thinking of that have been called doo-wop in my hearing are clearly sung by white folks. So, I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm not the one making up these categories. I'm just reporting what I see and what people tell me. And what I'm saying is that there seems to be a lot of overlap and conflict that leaves me without the ability to come to a conclusion.
And then, well, a lot of this stuff. Elvis Presley was one of these white guys that was singing a lot of black origin music, for example. So, You don't necessarily discount them simply because of their skin color.
Well, was it Buddy Holly and the Big Bopper and all those guys who died in that plane crash? Like, didn't they arrive at a gig and like the not the bouncer, whatever, the guy manager he's like, what are you guys doing here? They're like, we're the band, and he's like, but you're white. Like they genuinely thought everyone who was coming to sing was black just based on how they sang.
Yeah. Well,
But I mean, like Buddy Holly here is listed as rock and roll, rockabilly, pop, and country. Still can't believe that what's his face, Gary Busey, played him in the movie.
okay, I couldn't tell you much about that.
Well, if you knew much about Gary Busey, you'd know why that's nuts. Wait, was it really? Yeah, okay, I guess it was. Yeah, Gary Busey played him, and I mean, granted, it was 1978, and he didn't look the way he looks now, but well, all right, I can see. I'm looking at this one picture, and okay, I can see it, but when I think of Buddy Holly, or rather, when I think of Gary Busey, I don't think of this.
Okay.
I mean, because Gary Busey is this.
Tayo Korostu.
Gary Busey is that crazy dude from all those movies, like Point Break and stuff, where oh, come on, is this just going to be posters?
Yeah.
He's usually like a chunky fella. I don't know. Oh, good. There's a big grid view. Thank goodness. Like, do you see that playing Buddy Holly?
She's got a point there. Yeah.
Okay. Do you see that playing Buddy Holly?
Oh my word, that looks like somebody playing a Florida member of Congress.
I mean, Gary Busey has a rep for being crazy on and off camera, and it's really hard to picture him playing Buddy Holly when I'm used to seeing him kind of like this.
Okay then.
That'd be like if they did a biographical movie about I don't know, Gary Coleman, and they decided to cast Mr. T. It's that level of really, I don't know. But like, did you see the original?
Moo.
Oh well.
Oh my. What do we have here from Titan? If you are
So,
getting lag or error message is a platform end problem, nothing creators or viewers can do about it. What, is somebody lagging all over fuck?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I hope someone caught my rant about Gary Busey.
I see, we're having a problem here. Okay, there's one watching. Yeah, I'm just getting the spinning circle.
Oh. See, the thing is, now I have the do run in my head.
Okay, I don't know how long this has been doing this, but the control page for the stream is showing an error occurred. I wonder what we said that they didn't like.
Well, I'm looking, and the stream is still running as near as I can tell. The thing is, now I have the do run in my head. And I did just say that about a minute ago.
Yeah, huh?
So, as near as I can tell, we're still going. And I also look terrible. But
Let me see what
Anyway.
I can do over here.
that's not what I mean.
We're
There's nothing
connecting
you can do
streaming
about it over
software.
here.
Hang on.
No, I
Connecting.
mean, the stream is still going. You don't have to do anything.
No. Okay, let's try
Don't
this.
touch it.
Let's try this again. The preview window on the controller page was saying we are experiencing an error. It wasn't even attempting to show anything. Now I've
Okay.
I've reset it, and it's doing the circle, and I'm not going to do anything more with it. And we're just going to see what happens over here.
Well, now the error is occurring on my end. See, the problem is you fiddled with it.
Oh, let's see. Because I think that we've been without anybody for at least 10 minutes.
No, that's what I was telling you. Well, I mean, we may not have had viewers, but the stream was still going.
Well, this says started streaming 4 hours ago over here. So,
What I'm saying is that it was still going until the last time you futzed with it, and that's when it stopped on my end.
okay, so they are able to see what's going on in the side chat. Because Colleen just said something.
Yeah, but okay, again, and please acknowledge it this time. It was working until the last time you fiddled with it.
I can't acknowledge that because it wasn't working at the time I fiddled with it.
But it totally was on my end, on the viewer end. Up, and now it's working. And that's when it stopped on my end. Okay. Okay, again, and please acknowledge it this time. It was working until the last time you fiddled with it.
I can't acknowledge that because it wasn't working.
Okay, I'm asking if they can hear us. It says one watching now, and that's up from 0.
Or it's probably me, but it is all kinds of working. You know, don't mess with it.
It says one watching now.
Okay, now on this it says an error occurred. Please try again later.
All kinds of working. Well, it's working on my end right now, so don't mess with anything. I'm like, you can mess with your watch page all you like, but with the actual making of this page, don't do a damn thing.
Yoy. Okay, now, yeah,
Now on this it says an error.
my control page is working. My preview slot is working.
It's working on my end right now.
So I'm not gonna og that foo.
All right.
Okay, now
the thing is, we
over
have
on my
indeed
watch
lost our
page over
audience.
here, I am seeing us working now.
Well, okay, but I mean, we are talking to the ether at the moment. There is no one else here. If the viewer went down to 0, that's because I just closed my page, so no one's watching us.
Well, I show 2 watching now. And okay, I see. Oh my word, you are in extreme slow motion. Oh, there you go. And I'm up in the corner being me. And what does it show over here? It shows 2 concurrent viewers. Okay.
You know, maybe it says too much about you or too much about me, but I fully expected you to apologize for you being you up in the corner.
I hadn't got around to that one yet. I'm working on that.
It just seemed like a you thing to do.
Oh man, I'm not exactly Canadian, but what can I tell you? Now it's down to 1 watching.
Yeah, I'm not Canadian either. Sorry, eh?
Yeah, that's the interesting thing, though. Whenever I would visit Canada, I would be taken to be Canadian. All that time.
Okay. Well, you know, I mean, granted, it's mostly been just stool, but I have had people accuse me of not being American because of my ability to punctuate properly.
There you are.
So, you know, there's
there
that.
you are, yeah.
Still, you know, it's weird because, like, I've known a lot of Canadians. Granted, I was raised really close to Quebec, so many of them spoke French and weren't the Canadians I'm thinking of, but I still spent a lot of time in Seattle near Vancouver. I never met that stereotypical, like, you know, the Canadian who says A at the end of everything. Like, I knew plenty of people who said a boat. Those I knew.
Yeah.
But the people who tacked A on the end of every sentence, I'm not sure they actually exist.
I've known a couple. Oh
Yeah?
my, 2 ADHD cat has come on in here and said, I'm watching Diana and Kate, and I know what both of you did last summer.
What did I do last summer? Well, that's right. I sat on my ass here and worked on my animation. That's what I did last summer.
I didn't do much of anything last summer. There wasn't all that much to do. I mean, Jesus. There was no baseball. We couldn't go traveling anywhere.
I did a lot of one thing.
Get high?
Well, I was going to say lockdown, but sure, I'll do that.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know. It reminds me of there was like one episode of The Simpsons. It was a Halloween episode, and they were sort of doing this thing about The Shining, and Homer had written all work and no play makes Homer something something, and Marge goes, go crazy, and he's like, don't mind if I do, and starts like wigging out. And I don't know, it's just the whole thing where someone says something that can be taken as a command, and then you do it. I find that humorous.
Explique. Okay, now 2 ADHD cat says that
Oh,
you know
yeah,
that
okay.
person as Hector Defendi.
I do. Yes.
Okay then. Da-da-da.
Which means that now I know. Like, I can't really see it. Your avatar is very tiny. But I think I know what it is.
And it's hard to make it out, isn't it?
Well, if this is who I think it is, then that would be one of the cats from Heathcliff.
Tayo Korosu.
The cartoon show, not the comic strip.
Mm-hmm. I never really saw that much of the cartoon show. I know the
Well, yeah, that's because you're not an 80s kid. You're not lucky like me. You're not one of the chosen ones.
Tatabeliki. Okay, Cat says my internet is spotty, so if I go bye-bye, take no offense. Love both y'all. Yay. Teshu. It's always nice to know that. Oh my.
Problem is, these caramel covered ones just look so fucking good inside the bag.
But how do they taste?
Even better.
Oh, that's a good thing then.
Well, when they were in the bag, I couldn't taste them.
Well, yeah, all right. Well, I don't know. You could form the bag around your face and take a deep breath.
Yeah, but, you know, I mean, while that's technically tasting, it's not actually tasting now, is it?
I don't know, because tasting and smelling are so intimately linked. I'm not
Well,
sure.
let's put it this way. You can't smell by inhaling through your mouth, and you can't taste
Yeah,
by
oh, I
inhaling
can.
through your nose.
I can.
Well, in general. As a general guideline, if you want to taste something, chances are you're going to have to slap your tongue on it at some point directly.
Mm.
Okay, I'm just saying, like, in the macro level, without getting into minutia, this is clearly, a thing that smelling is a nose thing and tasting is a tongue thing.
The other one I remember is a grade school science experiment where you ate something while holding your nose. And at least in my case, the sense of taste was definitely attenuated.
I don't know about attenuated, changed for sure. Like, okay, there were probably some things that I could only taste if the nose was unplugged, but those affected the way other things tasted in concert.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Wait.
But it didn't it didn't make all tastes lesser. It only affected some.
Okay, yeah, I can go with that one.
You know, like, this is not a mute button.
Yeah.
It's more like a filter. I'm not sure for which tastes, but yeah. I have
Oh,
this weird
man.
memory of a conversation about eating like really stinky cheese with your nose plugged.
Oh, my, okay. Now, the thing that comes to my mind is driving through Akron, Ohio in the 1970s, where you could taste the sulfur from the rubber plants.
So you're saying it was Acrid, Ohio.
Yes, absolutely. It was horrible.
I just wanted to see if I could say that before you thought of it.
There you go. It was garbage. Oh my God, it was horrible.
You know, I actually have not seen Chrome Rhymes with Green for a little while. It's been a few days.
Dayu Korostu?
Purple rhymes with it. Read the chat.
Okay. Oh, Chrome rhymes with green. That's what I was trying to figure out. And okay, referring to purple.
Purple. And I don't know, it's been a while.
Yeah.
I heard things have changed since we last spoke.
A few. They are in process. I'm trying to remember. I think he was here a little bit Sunday, or they was here Sunday. I think a little bit.
See, that's one of the problems I've always had with they and their, is that it's singular and plural, and that makes it ambiguous when you're trying to talk about, well, am I talking about an individual or a group? Which is it? You have to get it from context, and if you walked in the middle of a conversation, but you do have to be part of it, and you didn't have the context, you might get very confused by they or them or their. You know, so it's like, I wish we had a gender neutral, like, unambiguously singular word.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that there are a couple of languages that are gender neutral. I mean, even when it comes to people, I don't offhand know how they handle it. Do they use the equivalent where you would see in English or German, it, or is there some other way to put it? I don't know.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, is I'd be willing to use terms like it for people if that term didn't have some connotations. You say
Right,
it, that
right.
means you're an object, you're lesser, you're not, but a language that's not English might have a word like it that doesn't have that cultural baggage.
Mm-hmm.
You
Right,
know,
right.
so I mean, that's one of the things I've been thinking about. Like, you know, with the Quinn Redshift thing, I have a larger story to tell, and it's coming together really nicely, by the way.
Yay.
And it involves like an elder race that left a long time ago, but also left behind signs of itself with all this writing on it. And I've been developing the language to go with that writing, and I've been trying to divorce myself as much as I can from human baggage when I come up with words.
Okay.
You know,
Okay.
like words that are connected in English should not be connected in this alien language necessarily. You know,
Mm.
so it's something I've been thinking about a lot as I develop it slowly. So I haven't been thinking about it a lot in the grander scheme, but when I think about it, that aspect has come up a fair chunk of time. You know, so yeah. Uh,
Where is Sylvia?
anyway,
Well, where is Columbia?
well, Columbia.
Cat wants to know.
It's not where I last saw her, actually. Um,
I don't see.
actually, I don't know where either cat is at the moment. I wish I had something nice and crinkly to rattle because they always come running. Maybe will this work?
Yeah, probably will get.
No,
I almost called him Winston. Xander.
that's right. Well, my dad was here. He kept trying to call Xander Rover.
Alrighty. Well, you
Well,
did.
we used to have a cat named.
I was going to say you
Let's
were ahead.
gonna try. Is it the pet clicker? Oh, hi, Xander. He was like directly
Yay!
behind the chair, is where he was. How are you, buddy?
Yeah, it's rather dark in here, so it's difficult to see where Sylvia is, even if she's right in front of me, because she's a rather dark kitty, and it's dark in here.
Well, it's actually significantly darker in here than it appears on the screen. It's just that it's you know, like the exposure is cranked on this. So
Okay, then. So you've got a nice fast lens on that camera.
well, it's not a film camera.
No, but I mean, aren't video cameras lenses fast and slow as well, or no?
Not the same way, no, because
Okay.
there isn't an iris, you know. There isn't a film. There isn't film going by that's getting imprinted on. It's just frame rates now.
Tayo Korostu.
Xander,
I
my
see
word,
a Xander tail.
he always he does this. He does like gotcha. He whips a Yui on my lap and then leaves, and I'm thinking, no, someone needs to be snuggled more.
Yes.
My little cuddle muppet. Oh.
Ce l'ha pas lo couché.
All right. You want to get away, you can get away. Or you can
There's-
sit on my lap like that and scratch your own little necky poo. Oh.
Now, it would be nice if this one over here could do some snuggling in such a way that it made my neck hurt less. But
Mm.
she hasn't found that configuration yet.
Oh. You know, Xander has the most adorable little smile when he's contented. Here, buddy.
Meow.
Oh, look at you.
You with the kitty. You with the kitty.
Oh, well. Ah.
Meow.
Mm. Who that kitty? Who that kitty? Oh. I don't know. Looking at it from this angle, it almost looks. Oh, look at that! There it is! There it is! That's that smile. Oh, did you see that?
I'm gonna see it when it comes up on the replay. Let's see. We are grooming, and now we are. Yeah, I think Did that smile show up right about the time he swiped?
No, I don't think so. No, it was when he lifted his head upward
Oh,
and
I just saw that. Yes, I did. Now he's there
yes,
with
he
his
had
eyes
that,
closed, like it's don't ever
and he had
stop
that
that.
grin on his face. I mean, it might just be how his mouth is shaped, but I mean, it looks like he's just got this shit-eating grin plastered all over his little puss.
I want to
Oh,
know. Well, just like George Carlin wanted to know. I want to know where that came from. I
what?
don't want to think about the origin of shit-eating grin. Okay.
Oh, that one. Yeah. Um. See, the thing is, someone might have just thought it up out of their imagination, or someone might have remembered it out of their youth.
Yeah, tapoliki.
And I have to wonder what breaks in someone's brain that they could both eat poo and crack a grin while they're doing it.
And they eat the poo-poo. Yeah, like that
Because
pastor from
I gotta
Kenya.
say, I would be frowning.
Yeah, I'm guessing that myself.
I'd be unhappy.
I cannot say that I've ever lunched on the poo-poo, but it just doesn't sound appetizing to me.
I could definitely live a very full and happy life, never once having fecal matter anywhere near my face,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
much
Yep.
less in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No two girls,
None of
one
that.
cup for you,
Ugh.
huh?
You know, is the jury in yet on whether that was real or whether it was just like peanut butter or some crap?
I don't know. I really don't. I will go and look and see if anybody has anything to say.
It's not important. I don't need to know that badly. But
Oh,
I mean, I watched it twice. And that was enough for a lifetime. Maybe too much.
too much.
But
All right. Te Petrasto. Well, according to this,
Yeah.
person's name, however you're supposed to say it, has admitted to using ice cream as a prop.
okay.
So,
Oh, is it in some weird ass like foreign Germanic name or some shit?
it looks like Fiorito.
How's that spelled?
Fiorito.
I don't know. Sounds Italian.
Yeah, it does. I am going to look and to see if is on this thing what is noted or not. Oh, but wait a minute on the thing.
Well, it's funny because like I for some reason thought that the girls in Two Girls One Cup were like from Scandinavia or were Dutch or some crap.
I couldn't tell you.
Well, neither could I, but some part of me felt like I'd heard that sometime somewhere.
Uh-huh.
Well, I am glad I caught Mr.
Okay,
Xander
here we
before
go.
he
Ah,
got away.
okay.
Mr. Xander is on my lap and he seems quite content with it, and I am enjoying having my kitty right here and oh, aren't you cute?
According to this thing, which is mailmagazine.com, yet
What magazine?
Mail Magazine,
Mail?
as in Melvin.
Oh, okay.
Yet it must be said, this video was in fact created. So I set out to find its creator, Brazilian fetish porn director Marco Fiorito.
Brazil.
Yeah, Two Girls, One Cup was merely the laconic title given to a trailer for his hour-long masterpiece, Hungry Bitches, which boasts a 5.0 rating on IMDb and can be purchased on DVD for $7.80. Everything I read about Fiorito and Danilo, I guess, Croce, a fellow Brazilian arrested in Orlando in 2006 for the distribution of obscene films, including Fiorito's marking the first appearance of the word bukkake in a Justice Department press release, suggested they'd be in South America today. Fiorito had given a statement about Croce from Sao Paulo, where both men are from, and Fiorito has resided his entire life, explaining how he came to make such unusual movies. Holy fucking shit, man. Some people...
Wow.
It doesn't bother me that he's making these things. What's bothering me is that people are watching them.
Well, you know what I've wondered sometimes about like porn is why it always has to be so sleazy.
Yeah, really.
You know, like okay, I mean, I guess that's just what guys are into, and not a lot of women watch porn. I don't know. I mean, it's like how lesbian porn is almost inevitably two straight chicks paid to bang each other.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. There always seems to be that element of back alleyness to porn. You know, like
Yeah.
there's never any that seems. See, classy is the wrong word. That seems like it's not prurient.
I remember a genre in the 80s of lesbian porn that was intended to not be prurient. Didn't do too bad a job, really. But it didn't last all that long, because I guess the market for porn is incels.
Could be. Yeah. I mean, I guess, man, my view on this is a little distorted because I spent so much time hanging out with goths who are rather more open with sexuality than the norm, shall we say.
Okay.
Let's put it this way, most of my friends unashamedly, indeed quite proudly, would display their flogger collections, things like that. You know, when it comes to that sort of thing, I'm a lot more white bread.
Yes, I know that feeling.
You know, but hey, they're into what they're into. The point is that because I saw so much of it for like 20 fucking years, you know, my idea of normal may be a little skewed.
Okay. Or
I'm just
acceptable
saying-
at the very least. Yeah, I know.
Well, no, I just mean that what a suburbanite's prurient might be my like you know,
Yeah, right.
just I don't know if it has always been that way or if it slowly became that way. I mean, you know, it's not
Okay.
exactly like okay, I've mentioned before I had that book, Where Did I Come From, that explained sex to like toddlers and shit.
Yeah.
You know,
Yep.
it was a kid's book. I never didn't know about the mechanics of sex, you know, but it's not like my parents necessarily had the talk with me. You know, it's not like my mom and I were having these heartfelt conversations. No, there's not. There was no like ABC afternoon special shit going on here. You know,
Mm-hmm.
and so I was never really told much about porn as a child.
Okay.
Like I'm thinking most people, their porn consumption rivaled mine for a very, 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 very long time.
Okay.
I don't know. But I'm just saying is that's why my perception of all this is a little skewed, is just an abnormal upbringing.
I remember the only thing I got about porn was the FSB screaming, "Nobody does that stuff," while I was in my 20s.
Nobody does that stuff. Nobody does the stuff in the.
In the films. And yeah, I mean, one of the things that she did name
I
is nobody engages in fellatio.
Really?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Nobody. Yeah. Okay. Man, I do not envy your parents their sex lives.
They had none, as far as I can tell. Uh, they might have had an attempt at one, but then around 1949, she had an hysterectomy. And because sex would not produce offspring, it was kind of off the table for her, unless it was already off the table. I mean, she was as bad as, some Southern Baptists, really.
You know, I have to admit, my mental image of what these parental units of yours look like is probably wildly off.
Isa may not knowing. And I don't have any photographs handy.
Hmm.
I mean, there are a couple, but I don't have them.
Well, the problem is that the mental image I have is largely born out of caricature and stereotype, and it's almost embarrassing to say it because it'll make me sound terrible.
Oh,
So there's that.
When you're dealing with those two, you can't sound too terrible. Um,
But it would make me sound terrible because I'd be the one buying into a stereotype.
I mean, she actually was kind of pretty in her younger days. And when I say younger days, I'm talking about early 20s. He was rather nondescript.
Okay. I'm picturing the like that stereotypical shaped like a fire plug hunched over Eastern European woman with the frickin' babushka scarf thing, whatever, tied around her head. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Wearing like 3 overcoats.
she got that way eventually, but it did take a little while.
But that's not an inaccurate mental image.
Not necessarily inaccurate, no.
Okay. And I mean, just with him, make that a guy version. You know, like not the same hunched over scarf, but I mean, what guys do with, yeah, you know, they're the yang to her yin or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, the few photographs I have are in my floor safe, and I never did scan them.
Well, I'm not demanding you break out a photo album right now. I'm just saying, like it occurred to me that what I'd been picturing in my head, you know, it's like there was a little bit too much perfect strangers going on. You know, there's it just, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So I wasn't sure if I was wildly off or eerily accurate. It sounds closer to the latter.
Yeah, pretty much, really. I mean, when you come down to it.
Oh.
I was trying to see. I see, as I'm doing some looking, I see his sister, but I don't see him. I don't see her.
Well, I'm ahead of my time.
Okay, then.
Responded to the chat.
Tayo Korostu?
My mom's a 69-year-old pothead in the chat, and I'm like, well, I'm ahead of my time.
There you are, yes.
It doesn't work if you have to explain that joke. Hell, Stool pointed that one out. Of all people, taking advice from Stool. But here we are.
Yeah. Eek. The heck is that?
Sorry, were you looking something up or are you waiting for me to talk?
No, I was just looking at some stuff and things, and I have no idea why there is a Pentecost Sunday page returned on a search for her name. I can't read what's going on because it's not at all in focus.
I can't even picture a Pentecost Sunday. Would it have like little communion wafers crumbled into the whipped cream or something?
Something. Yeah, this one has a couple little songs, and it's got some stuff that's in a. Looks like a list of stuff for the week, but I don't. I can't make it out. That's the problem. It is the foo-foo-ness is what it is. Yeah, basically. No idea. No idea. Dapражnie. Oh, well.
Newport Reds. I'm assuming that's cigarettes.
Move.
In the chat, silly.
Okay. What's a chat, silly?
Hmm.
I didn't know that Newport marketed a non-menthol.
Now, for those of us who don't smoke cigarettes, menthol is just a fancy word for mint, right?
Right.
So why not just say fucking mint?
Well, menthol is the alcohol in many of the mints that are responsible for their flavor. So they must be putting the alcohol into the tobacco.
Okay. I have encountered the drink creme de menthe before, but I was just figured they were just saying mint in French.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, French from Latin. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that information will probably never do me any benefit through my entire life ever.
Mufti.
I don't know. But, alright. Because I understand there's also like a drug called a red. I think it's some sort of upper, but it might be a downer.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and I don't think there's too many communists in Newport, at least not Newport, Vermont. But that might not be the Newport Reds you meant. There were so many ways to interpret that those two words, and I figured I'd yeah.
Oh, okay.
Ask.
So according to this, Reds were secobarbital. So they were a downer.
Okay. You'd think something that was red would be an upper.
Hmm.
You know, you'd think it would give you a boost of some sort. You wouldn't think it would knock you out. But then again, you know, maybe that's why I'm not in pharmaceuticals marketing.
There you are.
I'm not really sure what yellow jackets are. Those might be the uppers I was thinking of. I'm only thinking about that. I'm reading The Stand by Stephen King. I figured,
my
what the
God.
hell? We just went through a pandemic. You know, and there's that one character. I just got past her. Not Julie. The other one, Sophie. I don't fucking remember. The one that Larry meets in New York City. And she ends up like ODing on this huge pill caddy she was carting around with her.
Okay.
And like all of these drugs that I haven't heard the names of since I was a child started getting thrown around, and I was like, I forget what these are. Rita, that was her name, Rita.
Oh, yeah. Okay. And it turns
Yeah.
out Yellow Jackets, pentobarbital, also known as Nembutal. So we're talking downer here.
Okay. Yeah, I'm afraid that like medical terms, the chemical terms were a bit nebulous, you see.
Chabaliki.
Uh, okay. So yeah. I don't know, it's weird. Like I only have a few friends who are smokers, but there's this whole world of being a smoker that you really don't know about unless you are one or are with one. It's really weird.
Okay.
I don't know.
Uh,
Like the culture of whether it's okay to bum one.
boy, you get a lot of that around here, especially with the price of cigarettes now.
Yeah.
I mean, individual cigarettes, if you go by the price in a pack, individual cigarettes could be about a half a buck each. You know, which is about
Okay.
$10 a pack.
How much do they charge?
Well, they're for example, people who want to buy the individual cigarettes, they'll pay the half a buck.
I mean, per pack.
Oh, okay. If you go to the Squall Mart and buy a pack of name brand cigarettes, you could spend $8 or $9 for a pack.
So what you're saying is that it's better to buy in bulk.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
All
I don't know.
all I can say
It's-
is it's nice to have quit.
All I can say is it's nice to have not started. I mean, I tried it once, and I didn't get halfway through the first cigarette before I said, "What the fuck? Why does anyone do this?" and flung it away.
Okay.
You know, and that was that. Never looked back. I don't. You know, I'm surprised I ever started this stuff. I think I tried this once after edibles were kind of a bust, and that was that.
Oh, look, there's a kitty.
But even now, this is vaping and not smoking, which, you know, isn't necessarily much better, but it's better.
It's different, yeah. I am guessing that some of the products that stem from combustion are not there, like the acrolein
Yeah.
and that sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah. What was the point of those really long cigarette holders that, like, the posh ladies would have?
I don't know. I don't know.
You know, the
if
ones that ended in a horn?
Yeah, like the like FDR used.
Yeah. But you usually see them, like, you know, the lady with the little poodle on a leash and the tiny hat with the veil and shit, and she'd have the little, you know, like with like,
Huh? Yep.
yeah, one of
Never
those.
understood the point of those, but maybe it was supposed to cool the smoke or something. I don't know.
Mm.
But when 280 HD started smoking, cigarettes were less than $1 a pack. Well, yeah, when I started smoking, they were less than $1 a pack, a lot less than $1 a pack. I remember cigarettes at about, I don't know, maybe about 25 to 30 cents a pack.
I don't know.
I wasn't smoking those. That was a little earlier than, you know, a little before my smoking. But yeah, I knew these things because he had that store and he was selling the cigarettes. And I can definitely remember a pack of cigarettes being 32 cents. Yeah, that's when a penny meant something.
Okay. Yeah, the thing is, like, I get wanting to take the penny out of circulation. It costs too much to make it, and no one really needs it, and all of that. But doesn't that mean that we're gonna have to start doing some wacky ass rounding
Yes,
on
it
all of
does.
our prices?
Yes, it
You
does.
know, I mean, like there's gonna be some bitter fights about whether we round up or down and for whom.
Yeah. One thing that I could see happening, and it probably would not help all that much, would be to discontinue the cent and introduce a 2 cent piece, reintroduce a 2 cent piece.
But that still gives us no way to have. Well, I mean, it kind of gives us a way to have an odd number, but to make everything actually come out exact might require breaking a lot of dollars to be able to get the fives and the twos to match up properly.
Tayo Korostu.
I think we're gonna have to accept rounding to the nearest five at some point.
Yeah, probably. I don't know when it's coming, and I think that it has not come already, mainly because of the stuff you're talking about. People don't want to deal with it.
Well, I mean, they could just stop circulating pennies and see what happens.
Mm.
All of a sudden, people start hoarding pennies because they become more valuable because they're harder to find. And that actually would kind of take care of the problem in a way, wouldn't it? All of a sudden, pennies are worth something again.
If only for intrinsic value, yeah.
Well, wouldn't it be funny if, as currency, they surpassed the nickel in value because we keep printing nickels but discontinued the penny?
They already
And
have.
what? Pennies are worth more than nickels?
Pennies are worth a lot more than a penny, and I believe they are possibly comparable to nickels, or maybe even. Let's find out how much.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that I could trade in a penny right now for a nickel or more?
Depends upon the penny. Here we
Well,
are.
see, but I'm not talking about like special pennies from a certain date. I'm just talking pennies in general. Come on, play right.
The
Go
the
with
composition the
go on this one.
composition the composition of pennies has changed because copper price has gone up, and it was definitely advantageous to melt the penny and sell the copper than to spend the penny.
Okay, but just in general, with everyday commerce right now, assuming that all pennies are worth the same as each other, are pennies worth more than nickels? Probably not. But what if, because of scarcity over time, because nickels keep getting printed and pennies don't, they begin to appreciate in value due to that scarcity and therefore end up surpassing the nickel in value? What if?
There's a lot of there's a lot of what if, I suppose. Yeah. Um. Okay, according to this article, which is dated from December of 2019, a penny contains about 2.95 grams of copper. So they must not be talking about the zinc plated with copper. They must be talking about the solid bronze. And there are 453.59 grams in a pound. The price of copper on 10 December 2019 was $2.75 a pound. That meant that the copper in each penny was worth about 1.7 cents. Okay, so I was a little bit off. But from what I can understand, the bronze cents, not the ones with zinc in the middle, but the ones with bronze all the way through, worth almost double their face value.
Okay, but I can't go into a store and bring that up and show them the penny and have them honor it at a price higher than 1 cent.
Right.
So that's not really what I was talking about.
Moof beef. Oh, it was also made illegal to melt down nickels. Okay.
Mm,
Yeah, so
these are so good.
in the article itself, they do specify that these are pre-1982 cents.
Well, very little made sense pre 1982.
Daju korostu.
In fact, I can only think of 3 things that did.
Moo.
Yes, Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back, and my birth.
Moo.
Everything else, prior to 1982, completely absurd. And probably didn't really happen either. Hmm. Five-gallon water bottle. Oi.
Moo? Moo? What?
How do you even transport that when it's full? You'd have to like buy a pitchfork just to sit it on the pitchforky like platformy thing, just so you can drive it away later.
Wow, that is moo and that is boo and goo. Yes. Oh, my word. How many?
I mean, I have a small plastic cup full of loose change.
Oh, my.
And one coin that is the Swedish equivalent of a quarter.
Okay, and then you're going by
What?
it doesn't. Okay, wait, no, that doesn't say it. 5 gallons of pennies.
Oh, jeepers.
Let's say that the
You,
coins
you
you
must be
have.
hell to go to county fairs with. I
Yep.
mean, just you see that jar full of jelly beans. And it's like, oh, there's the whole day ruined. Diana's gonna count them.
5 gallons of pennies. Let's say the coins you have an average density of 8 times that of water. Okay, from that sentence alone, a gallon of pennies would weigh 64 pounds. Because a gallon of water weighs 8 pounds.
I'm right about the county fairs, though, aren't I?
I don't know. The last time I was to a county fair, I was 18 years old, and I forget what I did when I was there.
Okay, but I'm right about guess how many jelly bean jars, aren't I?
I mean, I would be one to sit there for a little while and say, gee, if I apply this set of assumptions, how much would that weigh? Yeah, of course I would. That's fun.
Well, usually it's more of a volume problem, though. It's usually how many rather than how much does it weigh.
Oh, well, that too.
Hmm.
And this over here, this Quora question is a bunch of shit.
Hmm.
The question is, how much does 5 gallons of pennies weigh compared to, what does it say, 5 gallons of quarters? Oh, come on. And the answer begins with gallons or a liquid measure, so your question doesn't make sense.
Oh,
No,
jeepers.
no, asshole.
Well, in a way, it kind of does. Because depending on how they end up stacking, because they're not necessarily going to fall into that bottle in a regular fashion. They're going to fall in a pile, they may not settle in a way that maximizes space use.
I mean, there's going to be
So-
empty space in there, yeah, but I don't know offhand how much compared to the amount of, if you want to call it, filled space.
But even then, like, there may be extra unused space, unfilled space, simply because, like, of two ended up stacking like this, and a third one hit on top, and it draped in a way that made it so there was less room for the next couple that fell, and all of that, So,
And
I mean,
there are dry gallons. They are not called gallons. They are called pecks. There are 4 dry quarts in a peck. And a dry quart, by the way, is the same size as a fluid quart.
yeah, I'm mildly bursting over with Peter Piper jokes.
Okay then. Tayo korosto.
I'm sorry, Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. You said peck, and that's all I could think was Peter Piper picked a peck of peppers.
A friend of mine is goes by the name of Sister Peter Piper. Peter Piper picked a peck of. She's a well, actually no, he is a sister of what is that?
Perpetual indulgence?
Thank you, that one.
Okay, now it makes sense.
Yeah, I know some of those kids. Nice people.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, but you were feeding me all of this incongruous information that only made sense when I knew you were talking about the sisters. Okay,
They had a
like up until then, I was like, have I stumbled onto some weird Christian sect that I didn't know about that was really permissive?
oh,
Yeah.
boy. They had a convent.
Well-
They had a convent near where I used to live.
I don't know. Okay, explain something to me. Now, I've only seen these in the movies, so maybe they don't even really exist. But those nuns, where they don't just have like the habit on, they have that weird sort of like rain sluice gutter, like sun guard thing that comes out of that. What the fuck is up with that?
Oh man, I don't know. Somebody must have been pretty high, because, yeah, you're talking about the stuff. I've seen that done with the Flying Nun, for example.
I usually see it in stuff that's British.
Yeah. And I don't know exactly where it comes from, but it does come from somewhere.
But
And
but
those kids are really
why?
crazy. Those kids are crazy.
Well, I also wonder about that weird little check mark they always have with the priests, right the hell there. That white collar that pokes through, so it looks like a photo negative of Hitler's mustache around her neck.
The Roman collar. Yeah.
That, yeah, what the hell is up with that?
That, I don't know, may have been just something distinctive, so you knew you were talking to a cleric.
I guess, I don't know. It's funny to me, that word cleric, because the first time I encountered it was when I was playing Dungeons and Dragons for the first time. Like, I was
Okay.
seriously not raised religious, people. I don't know how much I can emphasize this. Like people hear me say that, and I'm not sure they exactly believe me, but I was seriously like I didn't hear the word cleric until I played Dungeons and Dragons. Okay, that's how religion sheltered I was. And then later I heard someone talking about clerical work, and I found out it was like what secretaries did and shit. And it wasn't until after that that I found out that there were non D&D clerics and they were religious people. Like it took a really long time for me to know what that word meant originally, because every exposure I had to it was like through fantasy and games and shit. It was just weird, you
Mhm.
know? So anyway, you
Wow.
said cleric and
This is interesting. From the Font of All Knowledge, it says, according to the Church of England's Enquiry Center, the detachable clerical collar was invented in 1865 by Reverend Donald MacLeod. I was thinking that it would have been a lot earlier than that, but I guess not.
but what purpose does it serve?
Let's see. It says by 1840, Anglican clergy developed a sense of separation between themselves and the secular world. One outward symbol of this was the adoption of distinctive clerical dress. This had started with a black coat and a white necktie, which had been worn for some decades. By the 1880s, this
Okay.
had been transmuted into the. Oh, so I guess I had a point. So you knew you were talking to a cleric.
There was a time I got really curious because I did not see the fucking point of neckties. I was like, why do guys torture themselves like that? You know? And
Mm-hmm.
it turns out that the necktie is just a wearable napkin. Like that's its origin. Is just like you would wipe your mouth with it and stuff it back in your shirt out of sight. Like that was the whole point of a necktie
Okay
originally,
then. Okay then.
right? So it's like we start talking about these clerical removable collars and shit, and for some reason I'm picturing similar origins, you know.
Oh man, I tell you, that was the fun, interesting thing there. I mean, I went to a public high school with no
Yeah.
uniforms or anything, and I'm the one who was wearing the neckties with the. I looked like I was about ready to go to work at an engineering shop, basically. Um,
Poindexter.
yeah, pretty much. Um, and I did it.
I
I did it only because I liked it. I wasn't trying to make a point or anything. But
Well,
even
I'm sure it didn't win you too many friends among your peers.
pretty much. I mean, even second time I went to school,
Yeah.
um, I'm, going with the like I'd be going to work, dress slacks, dress shirt, necktie. I mean, that's just the way I dressed. Wasn't trying to be anything. Wasn't trying to make a point.
Well,
And I dressed better than some of the faculty.
I have to be dragged to formal clothing kicking and screaming to this day.
Okay, then, Dayo
I mean,
Corosto.
it doesn't matter what it is. It could even be like business casual that doesn't include buttons anywhere, and I'm still feeling icky wearing it. I don't know what it is, but I just don't feel comfortable unless I'm at least in casual clothing, jeans and a t-shirt.
Okay, then, Dayo Corosto.
You know that's how I feel good. Is just regular old everyday. This is me, like dress wear, you know. And if I have to go out, I got a bunch of really geeky hoodies. You know,
Okay.
but I look at formal clothing and some part of me just rebels against it, and I don't know how to explain it or describe it. I couldn't tell you its origins, but there's just something weird about formal clothing that makes me want to run away. Well, not run away exactly. It makes me want to shun it. Makes me want to shame it. Get away, formal clothing, you taint us, kind of thing.
Oh my. And then I'm the one if I had anywhere to go wearing this stuff, I'd be wearing dresses, and be dressed a little better than I usually am because I have nowhere to go. I don't have to worry about looking good. So that's just the way. It's just the way it goes. Moof beef. Yes, that's what it
Yeah.
is to his son into.
I don't know. I just well, you saw that picture I made a while back. The dress for the job you want, not the job you have.
Tayo korostu.
Yeah. Like I don't know. I've said it before. That'll just not with the '80s and everything, but future and stuff. You know.
Ay caramba.
Because I mean, as obnoxious as he is, Stool has a point. There are certain stories I could repeat endlessly. I need a shorthand for some of them.
Number 32.
Yeah.
Everybody sits there. Some people can tell a joke, some people can't.
No, I mean, all I have to say, Super Bowl, Xbox tester, you know what I mean.
Moof beef.
That's all I gotta say. I don't have to say the whole story anymore.
Oh.
Although, every now and then I should throw in something like that and then act offended when you don't remember the story. You know?
That would work pretty well on me. I have no memory. Ay, ocoresta.
Yeah. Well.
Okay, it is working on that side. For a minute there, the headset didn't seem to be working on the right side. Well, actually, that's the left side, but I'm wearing the
I like
headset
my
backward
headphones.
because the cable is closer this way. Schustadt.
That was actually kind of bane of my existence for a little while with some headphones I had where the cord did not come out of both ears. It did the wraparound thing like that. But I'm left-handed. And so like the manufacturer figured everyone would have the phone in this pocket. And I didn't because I'm left-handed, and so I was constantly getting wrapped up in this wire because it was like going across my body instead of down or whatever it was. It's such a pain in the butt. It's like I was looking at some of the merch on a merch store recently, and I was like, I could use a new coffee mug, but you don't have left-handed versions of any of these.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, when I think about it, I live alone. I don't work at an office. The only person who would see the design would be me. So if it's pointed at me instead of away, I guess whatever.
Why doesn't somebody start making the mugs printed on both sides?
Because to do that, you would have to convince someone it's worth the ink. And just doing simple math that probably isn't.
Moo. That is poo-poo. That is definitely poo-poo.
Yeah, well. I mean, what percentage of the world is left-handed anyway? It's like 15% or some crap.
I was gonna say about 15%. Let me have a.
Yeah, and I don't know what the cost to profit is on the mug ink versus, profit, but I can't imagine spending that much extra to only add 15% to your customer base, many of whom may have already bought the mug anyway because fuck it, what else can they do? Is it really worth it to print it on both sides?
Okay, now according to the font of all knowledge, it's 10%.
Okay. But I mean, point being that like, yeah, it I mean, the cost benefit. I mean, the only way the cost benefit ratio, all of that, could really make any sense is if you figured, well, if it's printed on both sides on my mugs, but not my competitors' mugs, more people will buy my mugs, and therefore that'll offset the extra ink cost, the extra paint cost.
Mhm.
That's the only metric that makes any sense.
Oh my. Okay. Do left-handers have higher IQ?
Of course we do.
There you go with the egg thing, with the og thing. Okay, many studies show mixed
Obviously, I'm
results.
smarter than all the rest of you fuckers combined. Duh. Hey, I'm the smartiest.
Ay, Akarosta. Why is it rare to be left-handed? Fuck if I know. And I guess the answer boils down to who knows.
Truth is, I'm actually more left hand dominant than I am left handed. There are some things I definitely do as a righty. I mean, if nothing else, I do prefer the mouse in that hand.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
So, like playing a game with the WASD keys and right hand on the mouse is natural to me.
Oh,
But but try giving me something to write with, a writing implement, and have me write 5 sentences, and you will get a squiggly, illegible mess out of my right hand.
moo.
But my left hand will probably still produce the same, but you can actually read this one.
Ha!
You know,
Now,
so
according to the New York Times,
mm,
left-handed people tend to live significantly shorter lives than right-handers, perhaps because they face more perils in a world dominated by the right-handed, according to
well,
new research, which would be about 1991. Earlier studies also suggest that left-handed people do not seem to live as long as those right-handed. Okay.
I would love to see those results filtered for age.
Okay, yeah. It's,
How many of these people succumbed to just wearing out? How many of them, for how many of them was it not accident or disease? Or if it was disease, is there a specific disease?
and I wonder sometimes how much effect did the attempt at conversion therapy, and how much effect did that have on these people? I mean, I have cousins.
Oh, that.
Yeah, I have cousins who had their hands tied behind them, and that sort of thing. And these people today are in their 60s, which is not that old, when they come down to it. So it wasn't that long ago that you still had that garbage in practice.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Trying to write right-handed doesn't just feel awkward. It actually feels unnatural. It doesn't feel right.
Right, right, absolutely. I know the feeling.
It just it feels off balance. It feels like I'm trying to write uphill instead of downhill, but that's in a metaphorical sense, not literally.
Right, and I wouldn't be surprised. It feels very similar to what it feels like if I try to write left-handed.
Oh, this is so fucked up. Just trying to do a K, let alone my whole name was hard.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't feel right. How do you do a K backward like that? For me, it's just down //, but for other people, it'd have to be what, down //. that feels right.
Yeah, and I mean, when I'm writing, yeah, my eyes are directed toward the paper, but I'm not necessarily looking at what I'm doing. It's more that I'm looking where I'm placing the letters rather than looking at what they're looking like as I draw them. Whereas
Muscle memory.
going the other way, trying to do it left handed, I'm looking at everything. And that's really screwing me up.
Or even if I don't, even if I just try to go by muscle memory, it doesn't work. It'd be like if you did a mirror image of my keyboard and told me to touch type. I couldn't. Or at least, no, actually, I take that back. You know what? I wouldn't be able to for about an hour or two. After a while, I'd adapt. I wouldn't like it, but I'd adapt.
Okay.
You know, but it would still be so, it kind of achy. I don't know.
Yeah, I would have a hell of a time if I broke my right wrist or something like that. Oh my. I don't even want to think about it.
Well, I will say that breaking a wrist kind of sucks.
Yes, you've got the experience.
Yeah, yeah. I could definitely not go through that again. That was no fun.
It's, I mean, for the fine motor work and everything else, I am so right handed that I might as well not have a left hand. It just doesn't work at all.
You know, everything I love in this world requires both of my hands.
Yeah, I get it. Bullfu. Bullfu.
Well, I mean, when I think about it, like, how the hell does someone who's like disabled or some crap play a video game?
Not very easily.
You know, how would I animate if I didn't have all 10 of my pinkies here?
Eh.
You know, I losing my hands is one of my biggest fears.
Okay then. Yeah.
You know, and I'm not flexible enough for certain. Well, anyway,
Oh,
so
my, I've got to, because yeah, this is starting to hurt. There we go.
and now nobody watching this stream can hear us.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's after several hours the headset begins to hurt, and then it's not fun. Or as they say in the old country, they say, sure is an old country.
Yeah, right.
Eh,
I don't think it's any older than any other, really. At least not in terms of the age of the real estate.
Well, yeah, that sort of thing. I mean, the management, yeah, that's something else again.
Yeah. Borders are weird
Yes.
because they don't always like conform to geography at all. Like I could understand it if it was like, okay, everything on this side of the mountain is ours, everything on that side of the mountain is yours, and everything on that side of the river is theirs. Okay, I could get that. But sometimes there's like this town spans that river and also a little bit of that canyon, but not all of it. You know, it's like you couldn't look at a topographical map and draw a border. You know?
What really gets me are the borders where, okay, you've got country A over here, and then country B borders on it over there, but there's this little tiny piece of country B inside the borders of country A, and it's like, okay, who the hell thought of that one?
Yeah, I'm echoing because Diana has her stupid headphone off.
I will try turning this down and seeing if that helps at all. I can really do some work. Yeah, the headset really hurts.
Yeah. But Oh, what was I going to say? Oh, and then there's what you call it state, Michigan or whatever.
Oh yeah, okay.
We're split in two,
Yeah, where the
you
UP
know?
used to be part of Wisconsin, I think, if I remember correctly.
Okay. Like
So-
I know.
Somebody cut a deal to make it part of Michigan. I forget how that worked. You'd have to ask Purple. He knows.
Is there a bridge or do they have to take a ferry?
Uh, there is a bridge. It's the Mackinac Bridge.
I've really never been to that part of the country. You've heard me say, O'Hare Airport is as been to Chicago as I've gotten, and that's as been to the Midwest as I've gotten, except for that one time in like Missouri or whatever.
I have not been to the UP. I've heard it's pretty up there. But, yeah, Sylvia definitely wants attention.
Well, as much as I'm not really nature people, in my VR explorations, I have found a few spots in Vermont where I'm like, oh, I could spend a couple of minutes looking at this. Hey, that's better than most nature gets. Take what it can, what I'm offering.
There you go.
No, I mean, there's a couple of places like you have that really flat lake that's just surrounded by peaks.
All right.
Like just a slope lake. But the lake is kind of oblong, so it's not just and so you can drive around it, and there's like a wall of peak on one side. You'd have to see it.
Are you
But
talking about Champlain?
no,
No?
this is further east.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's an inland lake in Vermont, although I guess technically all of them are, but inland relative to the state, damn it. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is like closer to New Hampshire.
Foo bees.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember now. It's like north of Montpelier for sure. Probably south of Fairfield. But kind of as east as where those 2 points meet. Maybe a smidge west. I don't know. I'd have to have a map in front of me, and then I might be able to point at it, but it's hard to do it clean.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tell you, the some of the real estate I absolutely loved was the Rockies around Arizona. Definitely
But-
liked.
Didn't all the Rockies take place in Philly?
Okay.
Even that one where he fought the Russian dude.
Oh yeah, that one. Okay, Gistapadlulo.
I think I've only seen one of the franchise, so I couldn't even say. I was just trying to make a bad joke.
Oh my.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of interest in watching a movie about a boxer. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely not.
Maybe a boxer in space. That would be kind of cool. Because, like, when you hit a guy, it sends you backward.
Yes.
So you'd have to hit the ropes and come back at him from the ropes.
Mhm.
And then it's just wrestling.
Oh my. But
Yeah, zero-G boxing would not be a viable sport, would it?
Oh jeez. Yeah, that would be less fun than 1/6 G golfing.
It's one of the most pointless sports there would be. Zero-G boxing, God. Just the spinning alone would make it, like, unworkable. Never mind the fact that you couldn't actually hit a guy.
Oh my. Yeah.
You just have to put an arm out and hope he strays into your orbit. You'd gain weight like a sumo wrestler, just have a center of gravity that attracts the other guy to you. I am thinking about this way too hard.
Oh, but I mean, this is at 1G, but I remember some of the more interesting things I did at NASA Lewis, and one of them was standing inside a supersonic wind tunnel. Not while it was operating.
Oh, well, okay. Then why with the what now? What, just taking a stroll?
It was a tour, and part of the tour was going through the test chamber, and just to look up one side and then look down the other at the fans and vanes, and you get an idea of just how massive this son of a bitch was, and how much work it could do on something that was in the test chamber. It was kind of interesting. I liked it, yeah. Almost as much as I liked standing next to a Saguaro.
You know, when my dad comes to visit, like we couldn't the last visit because of scheduling, but this next time he comes to visit, I gotta do that indoor skydiving shit.
Tayo korostu.
Because I was looking at more videos, and that looks like a thrill and a half.
Oh,
So I really
boy.
want to try it. You
That-
know, I was watching people do these flips and these twirls and stuff, and I'm like, this could get to be a very expensive habit,
I was going to
but
say
it
that's
looks absolutely thrilling.
that's the one where you need a bankroll basically to go on in there, right? It was like $1 a second or something.
Something like that, yeah. Maybe not exactly that, but you know, it's not cheap. But it looks like it could potentially be worth it. I don't know.
Mm.
So it's something I want to try next time Dad's in town, and I think he's game. I don't know if he'd try it with me, but he might. He's
you
kind of
never know.
athletic for his age. You should, like, there's some videos of him bicycling all over Mexico, and it's crazy. He's like in his 70s, and he's one of those guys, you know. So like, I forget why I was bringing up the indoor skydiving though. No, you were talking about supersonic wind chamber.
Tayo korostu.
And that led me to air, which led me to skydiving, indoor skydiving, Cowabunga.
Yay.
What does that even actually mean? Like, I know how people use it, why people use it, when, all of that. What does it mean?
Cowabunga.
I mean, like, is it from something? You know, is it just something that was made up, like, for fucking Tarzan, and then it got appropriated by the Ninja Turtles or some crap? I don't know.
Okay, what does cowabunga mean? Used to
Uh,
express delight or satisfaction.
Yeah, but I'm not asking what it means.
Where did it come from?
Hold on.
1954, American English, from exclamation of surprise and anger by Chief Thunder Thud in the Howdy Doody 1950s television show.
So it was what? Just nonsense made up for a TV show? That's it?
Sounds like it. Yep, sounds like it.
Lame.
Shendabaliki.
Lawyme, lame.
I remember Charles Schultz picked up on it for a while, and it was one of Snoopy's favorite expressions. When Snoopy was the surfer dude.
Yeah. There aren't enough, like, terms to shout when you're, like, throwing yourself out of an airplane. We basically have Cowabunga and Geronimo.
Yeah. And
That's
why
it.
Geronimo ever came to have that usage, I will never know.
Actually, I don't know either. I thought you might. I just didn't want to ask and set you off.
Well, you know what I'm doing, right?
Yes. But like I had this moment on Twitter today that was so frustrating where I said that the term character actor always seemed really weird to me because I'm like, what are the A-list like actors just playing soulless drones with no personality? You know, everyone's playing an actor or everyone's playing a character. Everyone's a character actor. The term makes no sense. But someone felt the need to define it at me instead of explain why we had chosen that term to mean that definition. Because to me, the term seemed out of place because if you broke down the words that made it up, they just didn't add up to me, you know?
Yeah, move.
But they felt the need to tell me the definition like I didn't fucking know. And it felt sort of like being mansplained at, except it was a chick who did it this time. You know, it's like, give me credit for the easy stuff. I'm not that stupid.
According to this, the name Geronimo represents bravery. Let's see.
Well, wasn't there a specific, like, chief, though?
Yes, there was.
And doesn't the expression have something to do with him?
Yeah.
So why aren't we looking specifically at him?
Okay, let's see. Why Geronimo? Well, Geronimo was an Apache who died in 1909. Geronimo was known for his supreme bravery, fighting against both Mexico and the United States to protect Apache land. So the next day, Eberhard kept his promise, and after exiting the plane on his first jump, screamed Geronimo, starting a new tradition among parachuting troops. I cut out a little of the intro, but you know.
Well, it says something about this 1939 film called Geronimo.
Shelacuste. It's a name that makes you want to
On
say
the
that.
way back to the barracks. Oh, it says here, okay. According to paratrooper Gerard Devlin, Private Aubrey Eberhard watched this movie. And on the way back to the barracks, they taunted him, saying he'd be too scared to remember his name. And he, when he jumped, and he shouted, "All right, damn it, I tell you jokers what I'm going to do. Prove to you I'm not scared out of my wits when I jump. I'm going to yell Geronimo loud as hell when I go out that door tomorrow." Eberhard kept his promise, and the cry was gradually adopted by the other members of his platoon.
Chateando. Okay.
So apparently, I mean, that sounds like the kind of thing that grew in the telling. You know, that sounds
Yeah.
apocryphal to me. But if it is true, that's pretty interesting. But I don't know. Yeah. I remember in like Animaniacs at one point, they were jumping out of an airplane. It's like Geronimo, Sitting Bull, and one of them is you know, yeah. I don't know.
I could just see jumping out of a plane. Moo! I don't know.
Hey, there's that cow coming back from over the moon.
There you go.
Yeah.
I've
know.
seen
people really overestimated the jumping capabilities of bovine life forms.
The one I like is the single panel cartoon with the cow re-entering Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, something to the effect of the cow that jumped over the moon forgot to consider re-entry or something. And then the one I saw. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my.
I remember the first time I saw that one. I was amused by it. It feels like the first time I saw it was quite recently, but it also feels like I should have seen it decades ago.
It's been around for a while, definitely. I mean, my ex brought it to my attention, so that was what, maybe 15 years ago. Well, not quite 15. Yeah, we broke up in 2009, and so 12 years.
Okay.
Move beef.
I suppose one would tend to move beef if one moved them over the moon.
Yes.
Never have gotten to that point of like being able to see double as your hand goes by. Maybe that's an acid thing. I don't know. Maybe it's just a myth, but I've never actually hit I can see the music. That's just never happened.
Okay, yeah, I don't think I've ever
I
experienced.
have had times where if I closed my eyes, I would start to see what looked like a 1980s vector video game like Asteroids or Tempest.
Oh, okay.
It's not unpleasant.
Oh man, there was one point recently. I mean, just a couple weeks ago, I had a bit of vertigo going on, and not only was I seeing everything double, it was moving all over the place while I was doing it. God, that was uncomfortable.
Not sure I've ever actually experienced vertigo. But then the ways it's been described to me are generic enough that simply feeling dizzy might qualify.
Dayo Korostu. Okay.
I mean, I honestly don't know.
I do not know much of anything, to tell you the absolute truth. I know a little bit about everything and a lot about nothing.
Okay. All right. A little bit about everything, huh? Oh, you know me. If someone makes a sweeping statement like that, my brain is instantly looking for weak spots.
I know that Sylvia kitties are attention whores. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When you think about it, that's a really weird term.
Attention whore.
Yeah. Well, for starters, who's paying whom?
Yeah.
And in what point?
Yeah.
It seems to me that what you have is a mere attention seeker. An attention whore would either be paying you for attention or giving you attention for something.
I would say the latter specifically. Yeah.
Okay. So the cat's giving you attention in exchange for what?
Dinner. I know.
Somehow, I think one of you doesn't understand how to bargain.
Yeah, there you go. Oh man, I